Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Wednesday, February the 10th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. So I just need a couple of yeses to make sure you guys can hear me. Thank you, thank you. Okay. Well, guys, if you've been up early enough, you know that cannabis is exploding. And I guess the boys, I call them the boys, the Reddit boys, WSBers are all over Tilray right now, TLRY, and up 32%. I mean, Tilray's had some news over the past few days, but of course, I think this is just them piling into this one, and of course, it's dragging so many more up with it. So, take your pick. APHA. Well, again, take your pick. APHA, ACB, the big one, CGC. Not quite as big a pop. But just take a look at the index itself, MJ. Look at the index itself. Now, guys, I've been talking about this for a long time, that I believe that it's finally broken out. So, wink, wink. Anyway, now it's interesting. I actually took this one pre-market, huge. This. Now I did okay on it. I got in here. This is again another cannabis play. Got in at 340 and I got out at 370. 377 or something. What got me out were these bottoming tails. Now, what happened here, and if Chris is in the room, one of the Chris's, knows that, we've looked at this. This was like a flash down and right back up, but it can be a precursor of the move coming later. So I decided, at these two topping tails to get out. I'm glad I did, because right after that we had this big down candle. So anyway, it's interesting though that huge did not hold its gains. It's still up 18%. That's you. There's so many Chris's now in the room. Anyway, low float though, 16 million in the float. One of the reasons why I picked it, and I did okay. 340 to 377 on a percentage basis, did just fine. But again, that flash down bottoming tail. This was down up just like that, so it didn't really affect me, except I had one big on that one. Now there are other things happening. Let's take a look. Veru, Veru is an earnings play. We watched this one yesterday, had a huge day yesterday, up 10%. It did pull back somewhat from the highs. Just a minute, what did my cat do? Just a minute, please. One moment, please. All right, I'm back. All right, so there's Veru. So it is an earnings play. Now, another earnings play you guys might want to definitely keep an eye on is Under Armour, okay? UA. Actually, the UAA, I think it's trading a little bit more. They're both kind of the same. Well, they are the same company, of course. There's different classifications. But look what it's done. So it's a nice gap up. It is an earnings play, pre-market. You can see the reaction right here. There's that tan area. But look, more importantly, look at the monthly chart and look where the highs are, 2189 and 2196. So this is over those highs. When you look left on the monthly chart, it has some room. Even if you don't talk about the topping tails, just the bodies of those candles, 2570. Now, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but the longer it stays above this resistance, I think we might have a little run in it. So, Twitter, of course. Twitter was an earnings play released after hours yesterday. If I type it right, we're going to see the chart. So there's Twitter, and another big, look at this big gap up, 9%. Not an all-time high. I don't know where the all-time high is. I guess it's over here, way back here in on 2014. But anyway, Twitter, big move up for Twitter. TWTR, of course. Oh, I agree, Martin. It's very possible. I mean, these guys, the short-term power anyway that these guys have. CGIX, again, there are other things happening, but all I'm hearing are, yeah, these cannabis plays ringing in my ear. So there's CGIX, so CGIX, that's a massive gap up. And there is some news on it. I think there's got to be some news. It's a Monday filing or something like that. Anyway, CGIX, huge gap up. Look at the float, 3.7 million in the float. RGLS is a virus play, gap up. What does it do in the pre-market? I got up to 240, so it's pulled back quite a bit, but it is a virus play. ITP. Another gap up. It's kind of holding. I don't see any completes equipment bidding process. That's all I see. There is some news, if you will. 23 million in the float. It's a China stock. Another China stock. I mean, what a move. What can you say? Look at this FUTU. I mean, this has come, from $40 not that long ago, just at the end of the year, last year, from $40 to $183. Another huge gap up. China Financial. And kind of piggybacking is Tiger, TIGR. Another China Fin, all-time high for it. Mesa, an airline, or in the airline sector, I should say. And this is a big gap up. It's an earnings play. Mesa is an earnings play. Another low float, 28 million in the float. All right, why not? OLB. They put out a press release saying, hey, we're going to get involved with crypto also. So there's OLB. Look at this gap up. 77%, only 2 million in the float. 7 million have already traded. It's traded the float over, well, it could be 20 or 30 times today easily. So that's OLB. BPTH, another big gap up. I know Martin's been talking about it. BPTH, another big gap up. Look at this move here. There's the third U.S. patent grant related to manufacturing, I guess of their drug. But anyway, what a move! Look at the volume that's come in. Another super low float. And here's now this could be interesting. Another small one. UAMY. Is it holding its gap? It is holding its gap. It's not a low float. Supply, I guess they're antimony, and they've got some kind of a non-binding agreement to supply to a company called Ambry, and that is the reason for this gap up. So let's just see if it holds. Another one that was very active yesterday is BHTG, and it is active again today, up 62%, 18 million in the float. I mean, it got up to 3, pulled back. It wasn't a huge pullback. Look at this move, BHTG. I was sort of making fun of it. I mean, they've got everything covered, bio, high-tech, global. I don't know what they do. Waste management services, okay. BHTG, wow. Looking left on that monthly chart, look at the volume that month. This is back in June of last year, the volume. So much happening, guys, so much happening. What about Solo? I don't know. Solo, let's see if Solo is breaking out at all. Not really. I just... Yeah, I don't like it. I'm sorry. I just don't like it. It's lagging so far behind the other ones. So is Trade Ideas working properly? I would say yes. Depends what you mean by properly, but I haven't noticed any problems today. Guys, I know you're throwing a lot of symbols out there. I mean, yes, there are so many gappers this morning. I see SINT. I mean, it's pulled back quite a bit though. SINT 341. It's back down to 3. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of gappers this morning, guys. I didn't get to your favorite one. I apologize, but yeah, GSAT, another one that's up. Huge. I mean, just huge. JB, I don't know how to help you. I don't know what's going on. I'm truly sorry. I just don't know what's going on. I'm going to have to direct you to our tech again, but there's nothing I can do about it. I do apologize, but I just don't know what's going on. I know it's a pain. Well, he said he did do a restart of manual, and for you, I guess it came back. For him, it did not come back. So the good news is, of course, you've saved your layout, right? So you can, if we get this, I don't know what's going on, but you've saved your layout, so you can always add it. Again, but why it's happening, I don't know. Well, guys, okay, I'm going to take a look to just see for fun what the analysts are doing today in terms of upgrades and downgrades. Let's see if anybody has hopped on Tilray. Well, it's not designed, Elijah. It's not designed for the pre-market. Okay, I mean the only way to do it. Don't do that. Use my gap up and gap downs. Okay. The reason it doesn't work is because it has the relative volume filter in here, and the relative volume filter blocks any data from coming in the pre-market. You can use my gap up and gap down. So. All right, let me just do a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades there are this morning. I'm very interested to see if anybody's taken a... No, nobody's on Tilray. Chickens. All right, here are some of the upgrades. Nordstrom. Nordstrom's got an upgrade. Who upgraded them? I don't know. Gordon Haskett. Don't know them. Morgan Stanley, an upgrade for Goodyear Tire GT. We got a couple of upgrades for MODN. I'll take a look at from JP Morgan and BTIG Research. Let's take a look at that once I complete. So not very many upgrades. I just want to take a look at MODN to see if there's any activity this morning pre-market. And yes, so this is actually an earnings play, guys. MODN is an earnings play, all-time high. Yeah, it is available. You just need to download either the beta. I don't know if it's on the production version or the beta. Okay, Alex? But go to the home page, go to the download section, and I'm just not sure if it's... definitely it's available on the beta. All right, let's take a look at some of the downgrades this morning. What? The benchmark company, I don't know who you are, but you're downgrading CGC. You know, you're going against the flow today anyway. Corsairs Gaming, CRSR, I think I had earnings yesterday maybe, being downgraded by Goldman. Actually, a couple of downgrades for CGC, Canaccord also. Well, not today anyway. Okay, so Dragon Lee, if you click on my homepage, if you can see my homepage right there, it's one of the tabs, okay? It's called Barry's homepage. If you click on it and then click on the link, and I am sharing all my scans here, okay? One of the tabs, my scans, click here. All my scans are here. No, I don't share the layout because, you know, I don't want to create all these in the layout, so you can kind of pick and choose. Also, if you are new, before I would do anything else, I would also, if you haven't already, and if you're only one day, you probably haven't done this, I really, really think you should take a look at the 20 short lessons, okay? So Raheel, I'm answering it. So in the YouTube room, I'm answering the same question. You go to my homepage and I'm sharing, all the scans that I'm sharing are there, okay? Yeah. In terms of Corsair, yeah, absolutely right, yes. That downgrade by Goldman, though, I thought I had, well, okay, I had earnings on the 9th, so that was yesterday, pre-market yesterday. Stunning moves, guys. Stunning, stunning moves for some of these cannabis plays. Look at this. I mean, 66 now. Well, not this tech support, JB. Not. When I talk about tech support, yes, I mean I'm what you call minor tech support. Okay, if it's some minor issues, I can usually help, but something like that, I can't help. What I was saying is go to our homepage, okay, and start a live discussion. Okay. Again, I'm somewhat limited how I can help. All right, guys, give me one moment. I'll be right back. All right, I'm now back. I'm going to change my layout now. All right. And let me make sure I have this one correct. I think that is the... Okay, the basic new highs. All right, Rodax here is telling me that SUBZ is launching today a new ETF for streaming and tech ETF. Interesting. That could be interesting. SUBZ once it starts to trade. I don't understand what you mean, Raheel. When you click on my link, let me just make sure the link is working correctly. When you click on my link, I'm not sure I understand. Are you talking to me? I'm sorry, I don't know code OCY8F. I don't understand. What link are you talking about? When you click on my link, my homepage link, this is what you should see. Okay, and then my scans are all here. I'm not sure I understand what you mean. Somebody said that it's going to include Netflix. Rodex here in our YouTube room is saying that it's going to include Netflix and Spotify. Well, it's the whole link though, right? It's the whole link. It's not down here. I mean, are these not clickable? Oh, I see. Yeah, I see what you mean. Okay, let me just re-input that. That's the problem with YouTube, guys. You know, when I put links in, sometimes they just don't. Let me try again. Yeah, I understand. I do see what you're talking about now. Okay, click on that link now. That should work. Okay, I just clicked on it, and I do get my home page. That's a weird. That was a weird. That was a very weird statement that it said. Oh, I see. I see. I see. I got you. It added the from. Oh, okay. I'll have to. That's a problem with. You see, when I do it in the other room, it doesn't do that. I get it now. Yeah, added the from to the link. Okay. Oh, I guess I'll have to. I guess I'll have to split it up when I put that link into YouTube. All right, guys. What time is it? 9:29. Just one moment, please. We're almost set to get open here. 9:29. We have 45 seconds for the open. Give me a moment, please. All right, guys. We have less than 10 seconds before this open. Let's have a great trading day today. Yeah, man. And now we are open. And of course, we'll be watching the options, my options scan, to see what happens. Meanwhile, BPTH. Wow, huge is right back up. Not in it anymore. Look at the volume that came in. As I did trade this in the pre-market. Got out. Wow, what a move now for BPTH. Look at the volume coming in. Remember I said this is going to trade, well, no, there was another one, a very low float, but 4 million in the float, 21 million have traded already. Almost 5 times the float. This will probably, man, I wish I were still in this one. Why did you have to do this? Anyway, there's huge, guys. Let's see if it takes out 4. I'm not in it anymore. Oh, I can't tell you if it's too late to get in. James, this is just, this is a very emotional trade right now. I can't tell you if it's too late to get in. You guys are on your own in these cannabis plays. The Reddit boys have got a hold of this one. What got halted? I don't have a halt yet. What got halted, Martin? You're suggesting BPTH is going to get halted? Yeah, it's not. I don't have it halted yet. Now I have. No, I don't have a halt yet for BPTH. Wonder why? I have a halt for AUVI. I don't see that it's halted. I see AUVI is halted. Again, this was a crazy, crazy one yesterday, guys. Remember, 4 to what? $36 AUVI. All right, Ija, are you in the room? APRE, guys. Look at the gap here. Look at the gap that this one has. APRE. It might be starting to move, starting to move a little bit here, APRE. Now it's halted. And so guys, this was halted on the way down. So hopefully nobody chased this. Man, oh man. Look at huge now. No, it got halted. BPTH is halted now, but hopefully nobody chased this because that's a $4 drop, and it got halted on the way down. Oh boy, it's funny. I almost took this one as a flyer yesterday after hours. BSQR. Well, it's above now. It's above the high. I didn't do it. It's above the high of yesterday, or it's right at the high of yesterday. This is of course a very crazy one. It's the low float, 11 million in the float. Forgot to mention, guys, you want to follow my watch list up and down from the toolbar. Click on new and then channel bar and then my watch list. Where are you? Barry's watch list right here. Okay. So nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. And remember everything in a channel bar, everything in the channel bar, these are all layouts. So before you do anything, including my watch list, make sure you do save your layout to the cloud. It's a great name, Systems-Based Trader. I don't know if you're new to the room or you've just changed your name. OLB, so again, what was the news on that one? Yeah, so they basically put out a press release today saying that, you know what, we're going to join the crypto craze. So that's what they did. And I know it's a crazy low float, 2 million in the float, already traded 9.7 million. Yeah, look at AUVI. Halted. Boy, this is going to have a big open, guys. It looks like it's going to be 25. Well, I don't know about the short. You can add the short float. I don't have the A table with a short float necessarily, so I can give you the A table that I have. You can just add the. You can just add it if you want. Okay, there it is. Save or share to cloud, save and share. So there it is, okay? Yeah, it's probably in the trader's vault. Save it, okay? Save it. Unusual option scan, just click on my homepage, okay? From my homepage, the tab that says Barry's homepage, just click on that and click on my link, my homepage link. And one of the sections is scans. And in there, you'll see the unusual options. Nothing yet. Hey, no problem. Glad to see you there, Phil. Welcome to the room. Okay, can you see where it says Barry's homepage? Barry's homepage, the tab that says that? You're in off topic right now. If you can see my screen, there's a tab that says Barry's homepage. Okay, and there's the link. Just saves me time, guys, from having to put this link in over and over all day long. Okay, so I'm trying to get people used to, I now have my homepage as a link or a tab. All right, Ariel. All right, well, hang on. You're brand new, hang on. So this just resumed, BPTH resumed. So again, guys, I mean, with that 4 million float, just be awfully careful, okay? $9.37. Oh, so this is going to be, so this just got halted on the way down. Look at this, just got halted on the way down. I'm waiting for AUVI to open, so this is obviously going to be more than a 5-minute halt. Okay, and the halt resumes. There it is at 9:32. Typically, these are 5-minute halts. Look at the BPTH. You see how it halted at 9:33 plus 17 seconds, opened 5 minutes later exactly. But this is not going to be a 5-minute halt. Usually, there will be multiples of 5, so this might be a 10-minute halt. Why it's 10 instead of 5, I don't know. Look at GEVO, guys. GEVO is now above that high a few days ago. GEVO. I'll put that link in for you. The 20 short lessons. Okay, Jay, I will put that link in for you. All right, I guess BPTH is right back up again, guys. So, you know, you trade something like this, you cannot take very many shares because look how whippy it is. That's a $4 swing, just like that. Well, this is a scan. No, not on trade. I mean, this is the SEC. This is the exchange has halted. It's not trade ideas. It's just that we have a scan that shows the halts. Still nothing from the options. And this is what I'm talking about. Moving higher with unusually strong options. Nothing triggering yet. Nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. That's on purpose. Okay, so Don, I mean that's from your broker. Okay, this is all I'm looking at. Okay, this is Interactive Brokers. Your broker will have something like that. So that's the estimate right now, 25, okay? But that's nothing to do with trade ideas. That'll your broker, if you have IB, and now BPTH just got halted again. Yeah, so markets at the very beginning of the day, the relative volume may be absolutely crazy because, especially if a stock that doesn't trade very much, and all of a sudden has explosive, it's just exploding right at the very beginning of the day. That's why you might get some of those ones that are look really crazy, like as you say, 9,999. It's a computer program that kicks in, Ariel. Okay, it's a fact that the SEC does this if a stock goes up too much in a period of time. It's just a computer program that kicks in and it automatically halts the stock. And usually they are all 5-minute halts, but sometimes like this one, it was a 10-minute halt. Well, look at this one. FAMI. FAMI. What are you doing? How much room? Let's see. Last week's the high was 160 something, so maybe too much resistance. FAMI. Well, I see Momo is triggering here. I mean, right now you're chasing it, so the only thing I can say is, if it settles down a little bit and gives you, maybe an entry. The next high looking left on the weekly chart is about 21. So it does have some room. But I'm not going to tell you, yeah, you should take this trade right now. Of course, I can't say that. BSQR, okay, so it just resumed. Look how whippy that was, 11.8. This is always, every day, this is a very whippy one, BSQR. Well, I've got my moving higher. That's the main one, the moving higher with, okay, and I've got my momentum also. Yeah, so that was in momentum up. Momentum up shared right here. Oh yeah, you want to load it, it's there for you. All right, now let's see what's happening with these cannabis plays. Okay, so there's a huge high, $69, all the way down, only a $17 drop. Look at OLB, guys. Now this could go absolutely crazy. I mean, it's gone crazy. Of course, it's up 100%. It could get crazier. It's just taking out the pre-market highs. And it wouldn't surprise me if this gets halted. And boom, it just got halted. And there it was, actually. Got in there. Could have got in before the halt. 1476 from my watch list. Could have got in before the halt. 1476. Did you say is mind halted also? So you weren't talking about mind, Ija. You were talking about OLB. All right, things have settled down just a little bit. You know, that first 15 minutes can be awfully wild. And BPTH just opened again from its halt. Yeah, so this is not that room, Zyra. Which stock should I? We don't make any suggestions like that. Okay. I mean, you might have some opinions, some ideas. That's what we talk about that, but it's not. I'm not going to say, okay, you should buy this stock right now. I'm not a financial advisor. I'm not allowed to do that. All right. And what you'll hear me say is, okay, here's a stock that has some room. If it settles down, it might be an interesting opportunity. Things like that, okay? But this is not a room where I'm going to say, okay, you should buy this stock right now. Okay, guys, APRE, APRE, look, just look left. Look how much room this has. If it meets your trading plan. I mean, look how much room this one has, APRE, if it wants to really get going. And it's a low float, 12 million in the float. Yeah, so again, Ariel, I really can't give any advice like that. I mean, when you get into a stock, you're talking about ENPH, I mean, and there's a situation, I mean, it's an all-time high. I can't tell you when you should be starting to sell. No, but it looks like an awfully good trade that you're in. What do I think about VBIV? VBIV. Again, wild in the first 15 minutes. I mean, look, big topping tail, big bottoming tail. Typically why I don't like to trade in the first 15. I like to see things settle down a little bit. Obviously, I mean, it's got room on that weekly chart if it gets really running to that 7 level. There are another little area right there at 520. That's the next high looking left. So I mean, it does have some room. It's a big float though, almost $250 million in the float. So it is going to take a bunch to move it. Okay, boy, this should be an exciting open. OLB. Actually, right now it's just stacking up at the where it closed or where it got halted. What time is it now? 9:45. So if this, well, let's just stick this up here. Let's see if this is a 5-minute halt. If it is a 5-minute halt, this is going to open at 34 seconds after 9:50, which will be in, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. Just open. See how that works? And man, it's just going crazy, guys. I mean, I have nowhere. I mean, there's no resistance. Obviously, this is an all-time high, and all they've said. Let me make sure. Yeah, rallies on offering cryptocurrency payment options. Okay, that's it. There's your news. There's your news for OLB. Now, before you start saying, well, that's crazy, it shouldn't be doing this. It doesn't matter what we think. And again, guys, you can't ask me for an opinion about, well, should I buy this now? Or, I mean, with that float, the only thing I'm ever going to say is if you're into a stock like this with a 2 million float, which is very low, I consider anything under 20 million a very low float. So 2 million is extremely low. If you don't know what the float is, that's the available number of shares for trading. So when there is, for whatever reason, high demand, this is the sort of stuff that can happen. High demand with a low float, these are the sort of, 100%, 200%, 300% moves you can get intraday. But you cannot get into something like this and then wander away even for a minute. Look what happened. 2-minute chart, guys, 1642 all the way down to 14. Okay, it's just a 2-minute chart. So you cannot wander away from your computer thinking, oh man, I can't wait to get back. I'm gonna go downstairs, make myself a piece of toast, some coffee, come back. It's gonna be at 30. I'm gonna be able to retire. You can't do that. All right, let me want to see if I've lost my audio here. Just give me a moment here. I know you guys can hear me. I'm talking about in my headset. Yeah, okay, so I've lost my Bluetooth connection. Just give me a moment here. I'm just going to put myself on mute for a second. All right, I am now back. Aija. You know what I've done. I know I'm. All right, we have something in the options play. So let's take a look. UAVS. And this was from yesterday. Well, actually, yesterday. Had a great day yesterday. UAVS. Looking left. So, I mean, guys, there's no resistance until, but I'm not saying it's getting to $21, okay? Don't misinterpret what I'm saying. If you look left, though, on the weekly chart, the monthly chart, I mean, this has room to run. Well, trailing stops, let me just see. I think we have, I don't know if we have a trailing stop alert or. Yeah, so we do have, I don't use these, Ariel, okay? So if you type in trailing, so if you go to an alert window, okay, alert window, right click, configure, and then you type in trailing, TRAI, okay, you will see that we do have some trailing stop filters. I've never used them. Sorry, alerts. I've never used them, so. But you can see, and if you click on help, so you click on it, click on help, and it'll explain what it's all about. Okay, but I have never used them. Guys, I mentioned this well, actually, I think it's UAA. They're both the same, kind of. Well, they are the same company, just different classifications of stock. Let me see what's trading more, though. Yeah, so UAA trades a little bit more. Shoot, it's already, I mean, it's an earnings play. I mean, I just couldn't keep track of it. Mentioned it, if you're here, the room opens at 9 o'clock. So I mentioned this one at 9 o'clock when I opened the room. It's above those highs on the monthly chart, and so it has a shot to get into this area. All right, so 1573. So I'm going to put my alert back up here for UAVS. See if it takes that back again. That's from the option play. OLB was halted on the way down. Yes, that's what I'm saying, guys. I mean, it got halted. In fact, it got halted on the way. Well, it just resumed at 9:50, but I guess it is halted again. Yes. What's the float in Tilray? Let's see if we have float information. We have 136 million in the float, so it's a pretty big float. Going to be very wild again if these Reddit boys keep after it. So OLB just resumed. Cannabis play, guys. ZYNE 665, pretty good alert. 720 it got up to. I don't think so. I don't think so, Bad Bob. I can give this to you and you can see. I don't think so. Now, the thing is, if you just loaded it, sometimes the last one does not appear. And that might be it. Is halting a stock common? We've seen in the last month, we've seen many, many halts. When you get volatility in a stock, and some of these low floats have just gone crazy. Yes, we will. We see many more halts. But sometimes we can go a week and only get 2 or 3 halts for the whole week. Okay, so Zyra, I really suggest. You see, you're in a trading room, right? And if you're not used to trading, number one, it's going to be it's going to be very hectic. If you don't. But what I would do, first of all, just for trade ideas, to learn how to, some of the basic features. I don't know if you've taken the 20 short lessons, okay? But if you click on that link, it's going to go over all the basic features, creating a top list, an alert window, all the basic features. So before you do anything else, if you've not done this, I know you want to jump into trading right away, but I would take a look at those 20 short lessons, okay? The other thing I'm going to go over, usually wait till about 10:30, around 10:30. But yeah, if you're new to trading also, we've got a simulator. So you can practice trading. And I'm going to go over that just in a little bit. And that's what I absolutely recommend. If you're new to trading, I mean, this can get overwhelming, all right? So before you commit money to the market, practice. And we've got a great simulator that you can practice trading. And I'm going to go over that in a little bit. There we go. Okay, guys. And the unusual option strikes again. 1573, it pulled back. Got all the way up. I mean, you can trade it the way you want to. But it pulled back. And then when it came back up to 1573, exploded up. I mean, it's nothing you can just, again, walk away from. Yeah, the other question I get is, well, how long will it take me to learn how to trade? How can you answer that question? Everybody's different. It depends on, how focused you can be, how disciplined you can be. Trading is not easy. Trading, it's not. We don't have the magic money machine where you just take a look at an alert and just pile into it. It takes a long time to understand how to look at charts, read them, size them up pretty quickly. Some people pick it up more quickly than others. It's really that simple. Yeah, exactly. It is a lifetime learning lesson. I certainly don't know everything there is to know about trading. Exactly. How long does it take to learn to drive? Exactly, Jacques. Okay, we don't have Heiken and Renko. Okay, so I can answer that question immediately, Ariel. If you're wondering what we have, okay, if you click on an alert window and you right click, this is for everybody. The question in the YouTube room was, do we have, where can I find Heiken Ashi and Renko? So if you're wondering what we may have, if we do have things like that, so if you right click on an alert window, configure, and search. So if you just type in, as an example, H-E-I-K, nothing's popping up, okay? But if you were looking for, say, RSI, here's what we have for RSI. If you're looking for stochastics, this is what we have. Whoops, this is what we have for stochastics. So it's a quick way to see, if you're looking for something, to see if we actually have anything related to what you're looking for. That's all you have to do. Just do a search, and it'll tell you immediately. Okay? Okay, guys. So, I mean, those of you who've been around me enough, I mentioned this APRE, and this is from my friend Ija in the YouTube room. Okay, he talked about this for quite a while. I actually took it a few days ago, got out of it, but we've been talking about this one for a while because just look left, look at the gap, look at the potential gap, Phil. So, Elijah, if you watch my YouTube videos, my recaps, I will certainly mention you today. Okay, guys, so I have taken some out just in case it cannot break through that whole number. Yeah, Mona, I don't know what I've got. I mean, I have no idea even where to look to see what package I've got. I don't think it's anything special. You know, you basically any real-time data package. But maybe somebody else in the room who has Interactive Brokers and knows what I've had the program for 4 years. I haven't looked at it since in terms of, you know, what I subscribe to. All right, guys. So again, I'm just going to go over something. Let's see, RKDA. Oh man, I've missed this one. Too bad. So remember what I talk about all the time. You know, we were getting these alerts. So the UAVS, you know, there was really no resistance. So that I don't know. It probably is right back down. No, it's not right back down. But look at GMDA as an example. Okay. So yeah, we get the alert at 15. We get the alert at 15. Your next step has to be to look long term to see what sort of resistance there is. And so when I looked at this, you know, I'm looking right here, and I'm seeing some resistance right at 15. So when I get an alert at 15, you know, does not excite me very much unless it can really break out over 15. Does that make sense? See, look, let me just get another. I don't know, it drives me crazy when that happens. That I don't get the pop-up. So take a look here. Look at the high right there is 1510. The high right there is 1541. The high right there is 15. The high right there is 1474. So there is some, you know, potential resistance right at that alert. Consequently, you know, I just have to phrase it like this. Just because you get an alert doesn't mean you pile into the trade. It requires, this is what I'm saying, some chart experience. You have to look left on these higher time frames and just check to see, okay, great. I get the alert. How much room does this have? Look at RKDA. I mean, can you see the difference? You know, I mean, the next high looking left is 1020, you know, or 838. So I mean, this has got a ton of room still. So hopefully that, you know, that in my opinion, that's the way I trade anyway. That can be your thought process. And I've missed this because I was doing other stuff. But I mean, my goodness. I mean, you know, from 486, basically straight up, no pullback whatsoever. I mean, that's just a great percentage move. And the UAVS, I mean, almost straight up. And we had that little pullback and then boom, I mean, all the way up to 17 from 1573. You know, just tremendous percentage moves, but you can't walk away from your computer. So I know a lot of you may, you know, looking for swing trades and all that. These could be swing trades. I mean, there's no real resistance for this. You know, see how it settles down at the end of the day. You know, if you choose you want to swing it, it's up to you. Oh man, oh man, oh man, RKDA. Yeah, trading it's the most exciting thing you can do on a day-to-day basis, but it can be nerve-wracking, and if you're brand new, don't trade your money until you practice. And I'm going to show you how you can do that using you need a standard subscription. That's all. You don't need our premium subscription. We're going to talk about, so I didn't see the halt actually for XII, but it just resumed, XII. This is a tobacco, cigarette manufacturing. I think they're trying to do smokeless tobacco or something like that. I think. Yeah, so Ariel, we do have. You see, this is the main trading room. There's more action in here. Easier for me to hand out links, etc. More traders. You see, there are 430 in the room right now. In our YouTube room, let me just check to see how many. Maybe about 100. I mean, it's not bad, but if you want to come into what I call the main trading room, here's the link. Just a minute, please. I just want to alert somebody. I'm talking with somebody via private email. Just a minute. I honestly think that's what they're trying to do. I know this. Well, know this company. I've seen double X double I for quite a few years now, and I think that's what they're trying to do. I may be wrong. Decreasing the level of nicotine, and it's sort of a cannabis play too, trying to decrease the level of. Now here's my cannabinoids, cannabinoids. There we go. A mouthful. The patent has removed the smell, so you can smoke it on the sly. Yeah, so this is getting hammered on the way down. I think this was shortable originally for me at Interactive Brokers, but now I see the big red dot which says, you know what? We're not going to allow you to short this one. Now, I haven't even looked at what the market's doing. So the market is starting to put in, so there's the first 15-minute candles. So we're straight down so far. Still up. All the indices are still up. But the market is starting to fade somewhat. All right, you know what? I'm going to do this a little bit earlier every day, capture the number of people that we have in the room. So first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome. Okay, I'm just following a discussion. Welcome to the room. If you're brand new, this is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Sharing my screen, and I'm live on the mic, and this is not something that's unique today. We've been doing this like this since October of 2015 as a free room. So, I will have to pop this link into the YouTube room. so you can follow along. Okay, now in the main room, I'm sharing a lot of scans and there's a lot of information on my home page. So just locate Barry's home page, okay, the tab within the trading room. Locate that, click on it, and then where it says Barry's home page, just click on the link and you will be brought to this page. Look at Teva going down. Wow. So if you want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, here's a promo code you can use, Barry4Alpha, for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Click on Get Trade Ideas and I'll show you how much it will cost. We have 4 plans. Okay, we have 4 plans. Premium and standard on the annual. All right, so the premium would be $22.68 a year minus the 15%. Standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference why people usually take, I mean, there are some other differences, but the main reason people take our premium service is because they want to have access to the AI. I'm going to go over that. You don't have to go on an annual plan. If you want to go month to month, that's fine. $118, $228. You can apply that discount, that 15% discount to the first month only, okay? Please listen to me very carefully. Common email we get is, hey, how come I'm being charged full rate after that first month? The premium is only, or the discount's only good for the first month on our monthly service. Obviously, the entire year, for 15%, month to month, it's only the first month, okay? Don't want to mislead anybody. On my homepage also, you can subscribe to the Trade of the Week. It is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a recap, what's kind of happened in the room. You can subscribe to that right here. All the scans, okay? I think this is a pretty popular link right now. All the scans that I'm sharing, including this beautiful moving higher with unusually strong options, okay? But all the scans that I'm sharing. Just to let you know, gap up and gap down shared, pre-market actives up and down. These are the 4 scans I use in the pre-market to help identify the stocks that are moving, you know, and kind of get them thumbnailed maybe and see whether or not, you know, they continue the move once the market opens. Okay, so these are the 4 scans that I use in the pre-market. A lot of educate. This is a great education link. And as always, I like to put that first link, the 20 lessons, on its own. If you're brand new to Trade Ideas, please take a look at the 20 short lessons. Just a minute, I just want to pop this in. Yes, I'm going to go over that. Just give me about 5 minutes, Diamond. Yes, it is available in the standard subscription. Just give me about 5 minutes and I'm going to talk about that. Okay, so there are the 20 short lessons. You click on the link. And again, this is what you'll see. All the basic features of Trade Ideas easily explained. It's text-based. They're not videos. All text-based. I think it was very well done. Credit to Sean, one of our traders, who put this all together a few months ago. So if you're new, please take a look at this. And if you don't have Trade Ideas, you can of course look at this so you can see what some of the basic features that we do have to offer. Okay? In that education link, daily support session. So today is Wednesday. So listen, if you're into creating your own strategies, wanting to get a little deeper, you know, custom formulas and things like that, today's your day. Michael Noss will be in the YouTube room from 12 to 1, and he is definitely our expert on all that sort of stuff. IB, Interactive Brokers, creating, you know, you can really ask him all the questions that you probably want to ask me, but that I can't answer, because I'm certainly not an expert in using B Plus and Interactive Brokers or any other, you know, with even auto trading and things like that. So Michael will be there between 12 and 1 Eastern time. Before I go on my break, that's why he takes over. I'll pop the link to the YouTube room in. Here's the free trading room, of course. You're already in there. Daily webinars. So today is my long day as I describe it. We have webinars Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. Today's webinar is a Q&A with Dan and Brad, two of the co-founders of Trade Ideas, and I helped them out. Okay, so, and that'll be at 5 o'clock. Educational videos, a lot of educational videos right here, and some ebooks that we created. So a lot of information from my homepage, okay? Right there, Barry's homepage. Okay, so is your question, Hojat, what is the difference in the two options? Are you talking about between standard and premium? How much data per hour to TI? I have no idea. I've never had that question before. I mean, I really don't know. In your toolbar, anything under 100 ms is good. If you've got way over, then we can't help you. I don't think, if it's based on your data connection. Okay, so Hojat, the main difference is this, which I'm going to go over, the AI. Okay, that's the main reason why people want our premium service. I mean, there are some other differences, but that's the main reason. And you can have 20 charts with premium instead of 10 charts with standard, things like that. But this is the main reason, okay? And I'm going to go over this. This is our premium service. These are the alerts that we've had so far today. First and foremost, what Trade Ideas is a scanner. Wow, look at the SPY, guys. That's a big move down in the SPY. We've actually gone negative on, so tech has gone negative. Dow is up just a little, SPY is down. But that's a big, look at this big red bar. So if you're long anything that is not, what we call an alpha stock, really trading on its own, not caring what the market's doing, obviously you have to be watching this. So we are a scanner. That's what we are. We scan. So what I've got here, this basic new highs and lows, it's a scan that I've set up. It's pretty simple. It's one I'm sharing. And what you do is you create, first of all, you start off with filters. So for instance, I only want to see stocks between 1 and 20. You could have a completely different take on it. Minimum volume, 400,000 shares. Again, these are the filters that I've used to create this scan. So if these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high or a new low, I get a real-time alert, okay? I get a real-time alert. That's why I see these stocks in here. This is all real-time. Now, company made a decision when they started in 2003, instead of making people learn a programming language, we said, okay, how about we do this? We create a huge number of alerts. These are all alerts. I'm not going to go over them, of course, all of them. And these are the filters. When you see these icons, these are the filters. So they created a huge number of filters and icons. So generally speaking, for most people, you can sort of a la carte, you can pick and choose what filters you want and the alert you want and create your own scan without having to know any programming language. Okay? So that is the tack that wow, look at this SPY, guys. This is a big, something's happening. I don't know what's happening, but something is happening. Some news hit. Okay, so that is what Trade Ideas is. We are a scanner. You can use Trade Ideas with whatever broker you've got, all right? Because again, that's the question we get all the time. I have this broker, can I use Trade Ideas? We're a scanner. The very worst, and I'm going to show you what I mean by worst, is that if you get an alert, you have to type the symbol in. Okay, you have to type the symbol in to your order entry, and then from within your brokerage platform, you trade it. Now, we do have what we call an external linking tool. All right, and we typically we can link with many brokerage platforms. All linking means is this: if you can establish your link, then instead of having to type the symbol in all day long, if you're like me, you're clicking on a lot of symbols all day long. When you click on the alert, it'll show up in your order entry, and then you trade it if you want. Okay, so that's basically what linking does. Again, it's not mandatory. You don't have to link. If for whatever reason your platform doesn't link with us, well, you can still use our platform. We're a scanner. Now, I'm going to go over Brokerage Plus in just a minute, but I do want to talk a little bit about what our AI is all about. We have what we call 50 baseline strategies. When the market closes, the AI gets to work with an optimization routine to optimize those strategies. So that's what happened after hours yesterday. Of the 50, these are the strategies that made the cut. Okay? Now, I don't want to say it every day, but it's true. I don't care what strategies make the cut. All I care about is tell me the alerts I'm getting. Yeah, you won't hear me alluding to it anymore, DE. There's a major problem with trying to get TD Ameritrade. Until it's rectified, data seems delayed and all. So you're not going to hear me talk about it at all. When it happens, it happens, okay? So, getting back to the AI. All I care about is show me the alerts I get from those strategies. So if I click on new from the toolbar, and then AI/Holly strategy trades window. This is the window that you'll see. You have an entry price, you have a stop, and then it's up to you to manage the trades. Okay? You can see, out of all those strategies that made the cut, these are the only alerts so far today. Okay? So I use it like a watch list. And typically, I only like stocks under $20. That's just me. And there are no videos on how to use the AI because, it can be used in all sorts of different ways. My only recommendation is that you have this chart or have this scan, and then you can incorporate this scan as part of your layout so you don't have to load it every morning. You'll get no alerts until at least 9:35. That's the earliest that the AI will start to give alerts. Okay, now I want to talk about Brokerage Plus, and I want to talk about I call it the special arrangement we have with Interactive Brokers. So remember, I was saying that we do link with many brokerage platforms. And then when you establish the link, you trade from within that brokerage platform. Now, if you happen to have an Interactive Broker, if you're using Interactive Broker as your brokerage, I've put the B Plus connections. Only look at, I know we have, I think it's something with TDA and E-Trade. Just take a look at the one that talks about Interactive Brokers, okay? If you watch that video, that should all be covered, okay? Whoever asked that question, Mike H., watch the video. Okay? If you haven't watched that video already, and I don't want to put anybody off if you think, well, why don't I answer it? The reason I don't is that, first of all, again, if you're going to be around at noon, now's the time. Stick around, go into the YouTube room, which I'll give you the link, because Michael Noss will be there, and he is our absolute expert at using B Plus Interactive Brokers, okay? Absolute expert. So he'll be there between 12 and 1, so you can pester him with all your questions. So again, if you have an Interactive Brokers account, then you can actually, once you've established, notice up in the toolbar, it says Brokerage Plus. When you click on live, after watching that video to show you how you can set it up initially, you can click on live, and now you're actually connected to your Interactive Brokers account, and then you can use this window to trade. You don't have to. You don't have to. This is nothing mandatory. But, you know, it's kind of a nice window. It's aesthetically pleasing. It has some features that I'll go over right now. So you can actually use this window to trade instead of having to trade from within Interactive Brokers. Again, not mandatory. The reason I keep having to harp on that, guys, is because, you know, the next question I get is, well, I don't have Interactive Brokers. Does that mean I can't, and therefore I can't use Brokerage Plus, therefore I can't use Trade Ideas? Okay, so I just always have to repeat. So why would you want to be able to use this window to trade rather than trading from within Interactive Brokers? Okay, there are a couple of things. First of all, let's just say you click on an alert, FRSX, and you check the chart and you say, yeah, I want to trade that. So I right click and you notice this, I hover over trade and you see how this box pops up. So these are options that I've created. You know, you have to watch that video. It shows you how you can create your own. And this is what we call one-click trading. You just pick how you want to trade it. Okay, and that's what we call one-click trading. So that's a reason. You know, some of you want to get into a trade pretty quickly. So it's not quite auto trading, but it's pretty darn close. And you just pick how you want to trade it. These are hotkeys. So if you're in a trade and you want to get out of a trade, you just flatten. You want to get out of half your trade, or you want to double your trade. Okay, so these are some hotkeys. So that is how you can actually use this Brokerage Plus window to trade your Interactive Brokers account. Not mandatory. Now, here's the big one. For those of you brand new to trading, and this is part of our standard service, if you click on the SIM, and again, this is only available in the downloadable application, okay? If you're using our web-based version, it is not available. But if you click on Sim, that puts you in simulation mode, and now you can practice trading. Really simple to do. Notice I click on an alert, the symbol shows up, I can pick how many shares I want to trade, I can pick the price I want to get, and it, by the way, it's using our real-time data. So there's the next question. Doesn't matter who your broker is because it's not using your broker's data, it's using our real-time data from our data provider, okay? So again, you just click on alert, the symbol shows up, you can pick how many shares you want to trade, you can pick the price you want to get in at. If you're going long, you buy it. If you want to short it, you sell. So I always like to start off like this. Just trying to see if there's one that could be interesting. So this whole market has taken a bit of a header based on the SPY. Okay, most things I'm looking at, you know, are doing something like this based on what the overall market is doing. So what you can do is a lot of you might like to take pullback plays. Okay, so just trying to find one that might make sense because unfortunately, most of the stocks have already pulled back a lot. Okay, this is just to demonstrate, just a demonstration. Let's just say that you looked at POAI and you said, you know what, I wouldn't mind taking it, but I want it only if it pulls back down to this level. It's at 198, and there's the level I want to take it, 182. So you pick how many shares you want to do that at. Let's pick 300 shares. I'm going to put 182 in both boxes. And I'm going to click buy, and you're going to see a nice big bright blue line appears on your chart. So if POAI goes down to 182, it'll take the trade. Okay, so that is, you know, it demonstrates how you can use it, you know, to pull back to a certain price level that you might want to get in at. Could have also done it the other way. Let's just say that, you know, if you're a person that said, well, you know what, if it takes out the high of the day, I want to be in the trade. So you could have put these prices in those two boxes at 216, click buy, and you would have seen a big blue line up here. No, Alex, we can't do that. No, we're not a financial advisor like that. Okay. You know, the question was, you know, as an example, I have $10,000. Can TI suggest the best allocation in multiple stocks? No. We're not a financial advisor like that. Now, let's just say you wanted to take the trade, though, right off the bat. Boy, here's another one just gapping way down, CPST. Okay, let's just see. Just want to see if anything looks. All right, let's say I wanted to take this trade, this TRCH. I wanted to take it right now, okay? I'm not saying this is what I would do. I just want to demonstrate how you can take a trade right now. And then I'm going to demonstrate how you put a stop in, how your stop will determine how many shares you take. Okay, we're going to go over all that, especially if you're new to trading and you're unfamiliar with the concept of putting a stop. All right, so I want to take this trade. This is just to demonstrate. The spread is a penny, so I can just buy right at the market, okay? So it took the trade. I clicked on the buy button. I put 300 shares in here, so it took 300 shares at $2.30. Now, to make, if I wanted to put a stop in, say the bottom of that candle right there, 208, or right there, the bottom of those two 5-minute candles. So that looks like that's around 207. So I can add the stop. Now, you would have known this ahead of time, and I'll explain why I'm saying that. 207. Let me make it 210. And I'll explain why I'm making it 210, just to make the math easy. Okay? So notice, right on the chart, there is a red line that if you allow this to run down to your stop, it'll take you out for a $60 loss. Now, you can use this like a trailing stop. If this trade really starts to work well, you can start moving this line up to another area on the chart that looks like, a support area, so that if it broke down through that area, you should be out of the trade. You just literally move it up, okay? I'm just going to leave it there, though. So, when you get into a trade, unfortunately, not every trade is going to work, okay? So, you have to have a price where you're going to get out of the trade when it's not working for you, in order to minimize the loss that you want to take on a trade. So, that is going to require some experience. That's why we're saying practice trading first. Because a lot of it is, sizing up on a chart where there looks like there is some support. So on the chart, if it broke down through that support level, you should be out of the trade. So, again, that comes with experience, looking at a lot of charts and sizing it up. So let's just say you've got a little bit of that experience now, and you've put your stop. I got into this trade at 230. My stop is at 210. Here's the next concept. Don't go into trading thinking, well, I'm going to take 500 shares every trade, 100 shares every trade, 200 shares every trade. Try to think like this. Not only do I now know where I'm going to get out of the trade, if I get out of that trade here, I want to also minimize how much I want to lose. Now, how much you're going to lose, I'm talking dollar amount, will depend on your size, on your share size. How much you can, really effectively risk every trade. So consequently, if you have a $5,000 account, you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade. If you have, now, what I did here was I went on the premise of maybe I'm going to risk $100 a trade. I just wanted to make that math easy here. So if I were going to risk $100 on the trade, and I put my stop 20 cents away, 210, I got in at 230, put my stop at 210. Really the stop should have been like 208, we'll say, but I just want to make this math easy. So that's a 20-cent stop. So if you take 20 cents and you divide that into 100, you get 500 shares. So in theory, on this particular one, with a 20-cent stop away, you could take 500 shares. Why? Because if you get stopped out, 500 times 20 cents equals $100. So there can be, quick math. Had the stop not been, had been 22 cents, and you would divide 22 cents into 100, and that would have share size you. You know, slightly less than $500 or 500 shares. So that's why practice, okay, practice trading first before you commit money to the market. Till you get used to this concept of, you know, risking the same amount per trade and you know, trying to get some experience about where a stop could be put. And here's the other thing. So you're listening to me and you're thinking, well, first time in the room, the guy is making some sense. So I understand the concept of placing a stop. Okay, I'll do it. So you place your stop and you get into the trade and you're all excited because, you know, you think this trade should really work well. And all of a sudden it doesn't start working well and starts moving down, down, down to your stop price. That's when the big second guessing starts to happen. You know, he said, well, you know, maybe I don't have enough experience and I put that stop in the wrong place. So I better move this down. Okay, because obviously I put my stop too tight because this is a great setup and it should work. So you move your stop down. It keeps moving and the price keeps moving down to your new stop. You keep moving it down, down, down because you do not have the discipline to obey your stop. You're stubborn because you want this trade to work. And so now all of a sudden that $100 manageable loss starts turning into 200, 300, 400 because you're stubborn. And then finally you get out of the trade, you know, with a far bigger loss than you should have. That's why this takes all the emotion out of it. Okay? You leave your stop in, it hits your stop, you're out of the trade. You're out of the trade. All right? And then you can move on. That same setup that looks so good may come back. You know, so you may have been just a little bit early. Maybe market conditions, you know, you got into the trade before all this happened. You know, the market was, you know, moving down a little bit, but all of a sudden, you know, the market does this on you with that big SPY candle moving down and it takes you out of the trade. You've got to manage your risk, okay? If you don't manage your risk, you won't last long trying to do this, okay? Well, you don't have to if you're talking about simulation playa, don't do that with your simulated account in IB. Use our simulator. Way easier to do, okay? But, yes, yeah, well, no, I mean, why practice? Yeah, don't do that. I mean, use the simulator to practice trading. And again, Jacques, as he's saying in their YouTube room, I mean, commissions are so cheap. I mean, in the old days, you know, you could get stubborn because, you know, commissions in the old days, I'm talking, you know, late 90s, you know, could cost you $200-300 a trade, depending how many shares you took, the dollar amount. And so, yeah, it was tough to get out of a trade because all of a sudden you want to get back in. You're paying 200 to get into the trade, 200 to get out of the trade. So, I mean, yeah, commissions are so cheap. Even the horribleness of Interactive Broker charging half a cent a share, not free. I mean, it shouldn't be a reason why you're not getting out of a trade because you don't want to pay commissions. Okay? Now, right now, I don't have to wait. If I don't like the way this is trading, you know, and yes, I've got to stop in at 212. If I don't like the way this is trading, I'm seeing the market, you know, making another big red candle down. Now, you know, this is still up. It hasn't really, I mean, it is, you know, right now this is kind of an alpha stock, okay? It is, right now it is trading on its own. That's what we mean by an alpha stock. It's not caring too much what the overall market's doing for whatever reason. Okay, so I'm just looking to see if energy is up at all. But so it is kind of trading on its own. So, but let's put it this way. If this keeps moving down and all of a sudden you start getting more red candle, you can get out of the trade earlier. You don't have to wait to get stopped out. You know, and again, these are hotkeys and you would just flatten your trade. I'm not going to do it, you know, because at this point, you know, it's holding. No, Alex, no. Only Interactive Brokers. Okay, only Interactive Broker. Again, it was the question is connecting Brokerage Plus to TD Ameritrade. Only Interactive Brokers right now. I have no idea when TDA is going to be available. Okay. But this is a big downturn. No question. And remember all these indices were up. Again, when you say does it work with the platform, if you're talking about using Brokerage Plus to trade, no, only Interactive Brokers. Okay? If you're talking about this window here, not mandatory that you use this to trade. Okay? We do link with Fidelity so that you don't have to constantly type the symbol in, so if you establish the link, it'll load into your order entry from within Fidelity. Then from within Fidelity, you'll trade it. Okay? Does that make sense, Lisa? I don't want to confuse people. I mean, I almost hate talking about Brokerage Plus because I think it confuses people when they hear me talk about it and they think they need Brokerage Plus in order to use trade ideas. We're a scanner. That's what we are. We're a scanner. We generate ideas. Yeah, I mean, look at this. Yeah, what a drop for Tilray. 68 down to 49. We do connect, okay? But understand, that's all. It's just a time saver. That's all it is. It's a time saver. That's all it means, okay? And that's only based with the app. If you're using our web-based version, no. Boy, we're seeing a lot of stocks moving down. Look at the crypto plays. Look at Mara. Big 17%. Wow. Well, time saving in that, okay, here's your alert, FRSX, okay? Instead of having to type FRSX into your order entry now, like literally having to type it, you click, if you establish the link, you click on the alert from within Trade Ideas and it loads automatically into your order entry. It's just, if you're not clicking on a lot of alerts all day long, it's not that big a deal. But if you're like me, I'm clicking on alerts all day long. So, it would be a real pain if I had to just keep typing them. That's all it is, though. That's all it is. Oh yeah, Rodax in the mid-90s, before E-Trade, I think E-Trade was the first online broker. But yeah, you're paying an astronomical amount. You'd be phoning your broker and it was completely different. Well, I understand that that you can link with Fidelity. I know people that have Fidelity in here. Again, linking just meaning at the time saver. What I would do is, if you're looking for linking instructions on your particular platform, if you click on this, the homepage link, not my homepage, but the TI homepage link, and you can start a live discussion and say, listen, I've got Fidelity. How do I link? Okay, I could have sworn that we link with Fidelity. I may be wrong. Doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. William in the room, he has Fidelity and he uses Trade Ideas and he trades a lot. So Okay, William. TWTR. Well, I'm sure this must be moving down. Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking at tech. I mean, it's still up 7%. It's a big, move based on how many 750 million in the float. But yeah, it is definitely moving down. All right, guys, just I'll be back in a couple of minutes. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, so you see what happened here. The PO. Remember, I put this as a pullback. POAI. So notice, well, it's hard to see maybe, that blue line there. That was a dark blue line, and now it's a faded blue line. So it took the trade. Now, with the market doing what it's doing, I probably would have canceled that. If I'd been doing this for real, I would have canceled that. Based on what the market was doing. You see, I mean, this one is really tracking the market. POAI. I mean, look at the 15-minute candles. Look at these 15 minutes. So it was really tracking the market. Now it's bouncing a little bit with the market. So we'll see. But if I want to, I could get out of the trade right now just by flattening it. And you can see that TRCH, this is your alpha stock right here. I mean, this stock did not care about what the market was doing. I mean, again, look at that downturn. Put it side by side here. These are 15-minute candles, right? Look what the SPY was doing. Look what this one was doing. So this is what we call an alpha stock. It doesn't care what its sector is doing and what the overall market is doing. Right now, anyway. Now, PJ. I don't know what happened to the market. I mean, I honestly don't know. Look at this, guys. I mean, this is a great alpha stock, TRCH. So now we're getting a bounce in the market right now. So I mean, if this bounce continues, Dow's only down a little bit, SPY's only down a little bit. If this bounce continues, we could get a lot of bounce plays. Well, it makes sense. Have to wait to see what happens on this 15-minute candle. It still has 5 minutes to close. It's 10:55, so this candle will close at 11 o'clock. See if it holds, okay? I mean, the sellers could get, involved again and move it down. But let's just see if this holds, and then if the next candle is green, we might, this might be just an overreaction to, I don't know what that news was, or the perception of the news. Okay, guys, so just a word about the AI, okay? So you see what happened here. AI said, you know what, I want to short this CGC at 55, got stopped out. There was your stop at 56.40, okay? Got stopped out. Now, if you have the AI, then I heartily recommend that you add the reentry price and reentry time column. Okay? The reason being is that if a stock hits the stop at any point, it doesn't have to be exited because of the stop, but if it hits the stop price at any time during the day and then comes back to this reentry price, you get a second opportunity to get into the trade. Now, these reentry prices, I always say it like this, nothing scientific. It's just halfway between the entry and the stop. So in this particular case, remember, this is a short. So halfway between 55.05 and 56.40 is 55.72. And you'll notice at 9:51, it hit the reentry price again, So if you'd taken this short at 55.72, you'd be pretty happy because now it's at 50. Okay? So have this column. Okay? It's easy to add. It's alphabetical order. Go to columns and then just, scroll to the bottom and have your re-entries, okay? And some days you'll not get any re-entries because it has to hit the stop price. Doesn't necessarily have to be the reason it got out, but let's just say for argument's sake, let's say how long. I'm trying to see something. Well, if a stock ever hits that stop price and then comes back to this entry price for whatever reason, you'll get an alert. So when you say suggested trades, I mean you can do. So the question is, can TI write trades to some external file, or is there a way to export to Excel? Yes. So, Alex, are you watching me? This is from the YouTube room. Just want to make sure you can hear me and you can see what I'm doing. Before I go over this. And this is good for other people too, who, for instance, if you want to have this information and you want to export it to Excel. So Alex, I'm just waiting on you to tell me you can hear me and you can see my screen. Okay, I'm not on mute. Okay, you can hear. Okay. Now, sometimes people have me on mute, and so I go lengthy explanation. And anyway, so you can do this in two ways. If you want just the symbols, okay? So you left click and highlight, just like most programs will do. So left click and highlight, and then right click, and you see where it says save contents. So you can save to an Excel file, okay? And just save. So it'll go to an Excel file. That's if you just want the symbols. If you want like everything, You have to go to tool, like most people just want the symbols when they export. But if you wanted all the information, okay, all the information, then you click on tools, options, and in the appearance, you see where it says highlight grid row upon selection? If you check that and save it, again, most people don't want that, but now look what happens, you see? Now I highlight everything, and then you can export it. Okay, so I'm going to go back and uncheck the highlight. Okay, and now I'm back to that. Okay, so Alex, did you get that? Again, so highlight, save contents, and Excel I think is the default. Okay, and then just say save, and then everything will be loaded into an Excel file. So that was a tremendous, as a practice, showing you how you can use the simulator. Now I want to show you something also. Notice I've got what's called the max P&L and the distance from the exit price. Okay, I want to get out of this trade right now just to show you. So I'm going to flatten the trade. So I got out of that trade. Okay, see now I have no position, 0 shares. So this is telling me, so if I expanded this a little bit, but this is telling me, so I got out of that trade for $157. Had I got out right at the absolute top when I could have got out while I was still in the trade, I would have been up $190, okay? Notice I've got the distance from the exit price also as a column. This tells me, so these two columns can start to show you, especially when you're practicing trading, how good are your exits? So listen, there's no way. I mean, to get out right at the very top. I mean, it's I'm not saying it's impossible, but this is showing me right now that okay, I didn't get out quite at the top. This is more important though. This is showing me okay, from where I got out, how far away am I from that exit price? So right now, that's telling me I'm 2 cents above. I mean, it's not a big deal, right? What you'd love to see is a big negative number. Okay, because that would mean that boy, I did a good exit because now it's really dropping from where I got out. Okay, so this is a good gauge. See, so now it's 7 cents underneath where I got out. So this is a good gauge. I love these two columns showing you how good are you at exiting. And you can add these columns. I mean, again, all these columns are. It's their alphabetical order. Okay? Now my guess is that grow okay, so grow, it is not what I thought it was, but grow marching up a little bit here. Again, now look at the SPY guys. So again, if you're new to trading, my recommendation is to have like maybe a 15-minute chart of the SPY, and that can gauge, you can give you a sense of what the market is doing. So I mean, if you want to get into a trade and you want to go long and you see a big candle like that, you should probably pause because most stocks, unless it's that classic alpha stock that is completely and utterly trading on its own, may start to follow this. So if you want to go long, you might just want to sit on your hands for a while. Okay? Now we're getting a bit of a bounce. I mean that high of that candle is above the high of the previous red candle. Now, the key will be this candle. I mean, if this just moves right back down here, then this was just sort of a fake bounce. I'm not saying, I don't know what's going to happen. We still have 11 minutes for this candle to close. So, I mean, one candle up does not a trend make, obviously. All right, am I caught up to all the questions? If I missed a question, maybe just repost, please. I apologize if I've missed something. All right, guys, I don't see any questions. So what I'm going to do right now is just check to see some emails that come in. All right, guys. So I'm just looking at some. Actually, I'm kind of looking now at the option plays to see if they come back a bit. See if they re-trigger at those original alerts. Most of them have got battered with the SPY. Nah, GMDA. I mean, though I have to admit, I mean, look at after hours what it did. Got up to $18. Okay, I don't understand when you say it won't connect. All I'm asking you to do is to click, never mind IB. The simulator's got zero to do with IB. Okay, nothing to do with Interactive Brokers. It's using our real time. Okay? Well, the simulator though is using our real-time data. It's our real-time data. Okay? It's not connecting to the simulator, is not connecting to IB simulator. If you want to trade your real account, you have to click on live. If you want to trade your like your real account, you've got to click on live. You want to practice? Never mind IB. Practice here, sim. Okay? Does that not make sense? Okay, you want to trade real? Okay. Listen, I mean, obviously you can trade, but have you watched the video? Yeah, you heard. You watch the video first. You know, before you do this. The other thing, I mean, have you practice also before you go live? Is that a compare count window, Gypsy? Okay, that link you gave me, is that just a compare count window? It's not a layout. So I'm talking, Gypsy, I'm talking to you. It's on a layout, okay. I'm assuming that that is a compare account window. Where did it go? Yeah. Is there a way? No. I don't think so anyway. No. I mean, obviously, no. I mean, you click, there's no way to stop the ticker. Not to, like to freeze it, like a topless window where you can freeze. No. I don't use this, but I just want to make sure. Yeah, there's no freeze option. Okay. All right. Okay, let me go check to see what the heck is happening. Okay. Make sure it's not a burglar. All right, Anderson household is safe. Well, how can mine look different? I mean, I just loaded yours, so. But at any rate, it's a compare account window, right? You can't pause it. Okay? Yeah, I don't understand how it can look different. Again, because now it all depends. It may look different because you've had this running, okay? I understand now. You might have a different percentage. You've had this maybe running from the beginning of the market. What happens here is, for instance, if I clear, okay, now I'm going to get, you know, this, so you should get the same symbols coming through. It's just the percentages will be different, right? But what's happened, so this is showing me from the time I just started this again, you know, what's happening, 80% versus 20%. Highs versus lows. I think that's what you probably, yeah, okay. That's the reason. You just create it, six string, you know, just new chart. Or if you have a chart, excuse me, already up and running, you know, you just duplicate the chart and then type SPY in. It's just a symbol. Okay? So it's not a matter of finding it. It's just, you know, just if you have a chart, just duplicate it and then just type SPY in. And then make sure in the properties that symbol linking is unchecked. Okay, because obviously what I want, when I click on an alert, I want all these, oops. When I click on an alert, I want all these time frames to change. They're all linked, but of course I don't want the SPY to change. You just clear. Just right click, clear. Oops, right click, clear. So now it starts sort of new. So it's going to reflect, which makes sense. Look at the SPY, the way it's moving. Okay, it's going to reflect, you know, from the time you cleared it, what is happening in terms of buy or highs and lows. Oh, the independent. Oh, I see. The independent. Well, that's just a matter of, you know, we only have two options in our charts. Right click, properties. You either have symbol linking checked or you don't. That's it. So right here, the SPY at that symbol linking is unchecked. So that's why it doesn't change when I click on alerts or symbols, okay? Well, I mean, one is very macro. I mean, the EV, I would call that. I mean, listen, I'm not an expert in analyzing that sort of stuff, but, you know, I mean, short term, I mean, oil is still there. Macro, though, EV is the future, I guess. But, you know, if you're looking at today, you know, wondering why something is happening today, I mean, I can't answer that. I must have got rid of everything. Well, that's right. I got rid of everything, DE. Okay, now, so you're right. ZYNE, if you look at the next high looking left, what do you see? The next high looking left is 745. So this has maybe, you know, some resistance right there around 745. If it can pop through that with some volume, I mean, then it's got a shot to get into this area. I mean, it's getting close. I just wish I just wish that weren't here. Oh, I always assume you're asking me, or you know, obviously anybody else can chime in. You know what, guys? This happened yesterday. I am frozen, so I'm going to have to wait here. Anybody else get a freezing of your platform? Okay. I wonder if it's something that they're always asked, well, what did you do before? So now I notice it just unfroze. So that happened yesterday too. So okay, what I'm trying to do is check out this BW to see what sort of room it has. So if you look left on the weekly chart, and it has room to 760. So this could be interesting. This is from the options play. Actually, it has earnings too. Very interesting. Now, guys, I could be completely wrong about the ZYNE, ZYNE. There it is. So, boom, there it goes, guys, starting to move. Starting to move in a big way. When I say wrong, I was wondering if this would hold it a bit longer, the 750. All right, guys. I can call this a winner. 736. I would not take it at 736. I wanted to wait for a 750 break just in case. But even then, moving up to 782. Cannabis play. That's my take on NLST. NLST. Yeah, these are the sort of, well, it's a horrible looking monthly chart and 15-minute chart and even a daily. I mean, I don't look at anything unless it's over $1. Even if it got over $1 though, I mean, you've got a lot of resistance around 123, so it's just something I'm just not interested in. You know, I just look at, and what did I get at to early, or when did that happen? Did that happen today? So that happened 3 days ago, got over $1 and came right back down. Lots of resistance right around 122 also. It's a very choppy, to me, it's a very choppy looking monthly chart. It's just, look, you know, it could go to $10 tomorrow, but it'll do it without me because I just find that monthly chart way too choppy. Lots of topping tails, chopping up and down, up and down, up and down. All right, guys. I see we have a halt, another halt. DSP. So this is whoa. So this is an IPO today, guys. This is an IPO DSP. Okay. Somebody asked about NIO. I mean, I don't know how to. You know, if you're asking me if I think you should buy it or not, I can't give you advice like that. Okay. I mean, it's trying to come back on the 2-minute chart, but you know, you've got a lot of resistance around 64.40. So that, you know, it's about $1 away. Well, if it just won a lawsuit against Google, it's not certainly reflective right now in the share price. Okay, that's all I can say. And somebody's saying NLST. All right, HJLI. I think I saw that in the pre-market. Am I right? Yeah, I saw this in the pre-market. Saw it after hours, actually. It had a nice move after hours yesterday. It was still holding in the pre-market. So I'm not a huge pullback player. Not that I'm not a fan of it. I'm just not really good. But I mean, it's trying to pull back. I mean, it hit a low of 7 or it's pulling up. I mean, the bounce is in effect, but you know, whether it's going to continue or not, I have no idea. I mean, it did bounce on volume right there, but the volume is drying up. So whether that can continue or not is an issue. All right, yell. Yeah, somebody said, I thought you were yelling. Yell is triggering here. Oh, okay, this is a, now I don't want to say this is an IPO. This can't, I mean, it's possible this was an IPO or just a symbol name change. Where's Casa? He knows these things. Usually, I mean, it looks like an IPO because this is the third day it's trading as Yell, but you know, usually IPOs are not this price. So yeah, that's what I thought. Usually, it's a name change or symbol change. Thank you, he. All right, so just checking the SPY to see what sort of action there is. So, you know, we're in a choppy day, guys. I mean, we had the big downturn, a move up. See what happens here. There's ZYNE, guys. ZYNE. Again, I cannot tell you to take the trades. I could just point out what I was looking at. You could have taken the trade, you know, if you didn't think that that 750 was going to block it. There it is at 736. I'm just a little more conservative, that's all. Ooh, let's see this one, ACTG. ACTG, so what are you all about? No, this has got some room. ACTG's got some room too. Now ZYNE is kind of trading on its own. I just wanted to take a look to see what let's take a look at what Tilray is doing. Yeah, this is, you know, ZYNE is kind of trading on its own as a cannabis play because, you know, the other ones are sort of pulling back a little bit or resting. This one is just zooming higher. Now, red bar forming on the SPY. How big? We have 3 minutes, less than 3 minutes for that candle to close. Yeah, IB, yeah, it's usually not shortable at IB or Mara. Solid waste, is that SLDB? Solid waste or something like that? Solid biosciences, okay. Wow, I mean, yeah, I mean it's the same sort of thing. Look at look left. 856, 856, sorry, 856, 845. So yeah, I mean if it can clear this, I mean then look left, it's got a lot of room. You know, it's a nice little move. Not a lot of volume. I mean, the relative volume is very low, only 0.3, so not a lot of volume. But as a potential swing, yeah, I mean, I can see it, you know, because it has this, excuse me, it has this potential gap fill. All right, guys, I can put the stamp of approval on this one. ZYNE. 736, 814 right now. DN? I don't have DN. Yeah, there's one of the big ETFs for biotech, IBB. Here's another one. Well, we're having a bounce though on this one. And how's LABD doing? So you want to short the bios? And here's your short. Here's your way to short the bios. All right, guys, I'll be right back. 11:30. So getting closer, about 25 minutes before I take a break, and I will. Again, I'm going to reemphasize this. If you have any questions about using, Brokerage Plus and Interactive Brokers, maybe setting up auto trading, things like that, Michael's your man. He will be there between 12 and 1 in our YouTube room. I will post the link in there before I leave for my break. Okay. So there's your opportunity to ask him all sorts of questions when it comes to Brokerage Plus, Interactive Brokers. Not so much Interactive Brokers. I mean, that's what but a lot of you are interested. Oh, how do I put a trailing stop? What do I do? How do I do this? Now's the time. Well, not now, but half an hour is the time. So give me a moment here. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. So look at the SPY, guys. That little pop may have been short-lived. We'll have to see. Another 12 minutes, less than 12 minutes for this candle. This candle to close. But we've had the pop, red bar. We'll see if this sort of settles in this area and moves up. Again, this is only short-term thinking, right? I mean, this is just if you're looking to get long or short things. What price do I have for Zine? You mean 792? All right, I see we've had a few more SPACs. Oh, okay. You must be on delayed then. You can't have real-time data because it's at 8:04 right now. If you're looking, if yours says 7:44, you can't have real-time data, or there's something wrong. In order to trade, you've got to have real-time data. Yeah, no, I think we've determined that AM has delayed data or something. All right, I have to now enter all these stupid SPACs into the our SPAC symbol list. More of them coming out. Guys, BW, another winner from the. I mean, another winner. What was it at 670? So now we're at 704. Another winner from the options trades. The option scan, I should say. Just give me a moment here. I just have to get these new SPACs that were released today into our symbol list, our SPAC symbol list. Okay, I think that's it. So these are the new ones for today. Not this one. All right, so VLON looks like this is an IPO. Yeah, obviously it's an IPO. Iris, the option scanner, is called Moving Higher with Unusually Strong Options. I don't display it. No, not in the channel bar. If you click on my home page, I'll give you the link. It's one of the scans that I'm sharing. Okay, so if you click on my home page, I just pop the link in. Underneath you. So when you click on that link, you'll be brought to my homepage and scans that I share right here. And then this is it. Moving higher with unusually strong options. I'm in love with it. I love it. Here are the alerts today so far from it. I mean, we had the only one, and again, I outlined why I wouldn't take GMDA because it was right at resistance at 15. All the rest of them, look, they don't all work. I mean, every day, I'm not saying every single time you get an alert, they're all going to work. I mean, that's impossible. But, this one didn't move, 850, as an example, it did not move. Now, later on in the day, maybe it comes back. But look at Zine, 736, BW, 670, got up to 710. This one, I think, 486. What did it get up to? I mean, 588. So, I mean, they're not necessarily, you've got to pay attention when you get these alerts. Well, when you say track order flow, if you're talking about time and sales, I have a time and sales, if that's what you're talking about. So I see how fast a stock is trading. That's from within Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas. So yeah, I'm always glancing at my, the time and sales to see how fast the stock is trading. Most of the things, it's not important because most of the things I'm looking at, because it's all high relative volume, there's rarely a time where if I got into a trade, all of a sudden it doesn't trade for 5 minutes. Okay? So Option alert. When you say new feature, no, it's just a scan, but it's available. Again, it's available from my homepage. It's just a scan. It's not a new feature. Keep it simple, guys. I mean, I have just to, I've got other things going on, but, I just pay attention to this. Is every day going to be a fantastic winner every trade? Of course not. But it really gets, well, for me anyway, it gets me to focus on very few symbols for the day. And so just, before I'll be taking my break in maybe about 10 minutes or so, but just to let you know, I mean, we don't, Trade Ideas does not scan options as such. I mean, we're a stock scanner, but we do have some option filters. And this is how I've constructed that window. I actually haven't added the put call ratio. I haven't, I might, but I haven't actually added the put call ratio. But anyway, here are the filters. Some obvious ones: the put call ratio, option volume today, put and call volume today. These are the two key ones. The option volume, this is horribly named, but it's the average option number of contracts over the last 10 days. And then option volume today, the percent. So if I use that filter and I put 200 here, that means that if a stock over the last 10 days has averaged 2,000 contracts, for me to see that stock today, it will have to be at 4,000 minimum. In other words, 200% double. Okay? So what it's doing is it's showing me stocks that are having abnormal option activity. That's all this window is doing, abnormal option activity. Now, if you're an option trader and that helps you trade the underlying options, great. I don't trade options. How long have I been using it? I don't know. A month? 2 months? I can't remember anymore. When I first put it together. I mean, it's not hard. I mean, putting it together, I'm sharing it, so it's not a secret or anything. But I can't remember how long I've been using it. All I know is it's giving me great looks. It's on my homepage, yes. Barry's homepage. Click on the link, Barry's homepage, click on the link, and then when you do, you'll get to this page, and click here for my scans. When you do that, where are you? Well, when you do that, here are my scans. And there it is. Okay, it's called moving higher with unusually strong options. Option activity, I guess. That's what it's called. Moving higher with unusually strong options, okay? So as I say, I mean, you can't, don't think that when you get one of these that you, again, you just can walk away. It's going to run all day. And ALIM just opened. It was halted. ALIM just was halted. Now it's open. Very low float. Not that much volume right now. All right, guys. I am going to put the YouTube link. So again, I'm going to. Now's the time to go. Not now at noon. Okay. Let me just get the YouTube link in. If you have questions about using, Brokerage Plus, if you have a lot of questions about using Brokerage Plus. What? Just give me a moment here. Control copy. There you go. Okay, so there is the link. Okay, so again, I'll be taking a break just before noon, and you can head over there from noon to 1, and Michael will be there. I don't backtest it, Abe. I don't backtest anything. I just want to see the alerts. Okay, I have no idea what it would backtest to. I know that might sound strange, but I like to see the alerts. I don't really care how well it's how it's backtesting, because for instance, if I get this would not have tested out well. I'd have to put hold periods on them, to do the backtesting. I don't backtest anymore. I just want to see the alerts. I click on the alert. I check to see what sort of resistance there is nearby, and if I like what I see, I'll take the trade. If not, I pass. Okay. But again, the nice thing is that you don't get so many alerts that it's overwhelming. For instance, GMDA. Okay. Now I doubt it. I doubt this is going to happen. But we had the alert at 15. I think it is a huge pullback now, but what if it had just gone from 15 down to 1450, held there for a bit, okay, and then later on it goes through 15? That probably would get me into that trade, because when I look after hours, what it did, it got up to 1828 after hours for whatever reason. But if I backtest that, that would be a failed trade. It would be a failure. But I don't care, because all I care about, in fact, I'm not going to do it. Well, I should. I should put a price alert up here. You never know what might happen later on. UOA, I like it. Unusual option activity. You can also use it. I mean, William, he's a master at shorting tops and things like that. Some of these things, they run out of steam, and then you can start to short the tops. There's I know, is it easy to determine exactly where the top is? Of course not. But you get a sense for, topping tails. When a stock is topped up, maybe it's coming into a resistance area on the longer term time frames. Just things like that. And so, you can play it both ways. And especially if you get the market a little bit on your side. So you've got like a finite number of stocks to, you can go long, you go short. Yeah, no, that was one of those ones that the Wall Street Bets guys were all over. NAKD. Only way I look at this, it would have to break 150, $1.50. Would have to break $1.50. All right, give me a moment, please. Zach, I'm sure you've been killing it on your shorts. I have no doubt. All right, guys. This is interesting. I mean, it would have to, it's pulled back quite a bit from the alert at 8.50, down to $8. Pretty big float, 4.5 times normal volume. It's too bad because it had room, on the monthly chart. Definitely had some room. I'm talking about ACTG. So what I'm going to do is just stick an alert up in that area again and see if it takes it out later on in the day. Yes, insane, isn't it, Zach? Absolutely insane. Every day I see this and I think, well, it can't keep going higher. It can't. And look at this week. Look at Tiger, though. Tiger is not the same price, but it has the same look. TIGR. Same, another China financial. Ooh, okay, just a minute, please. My headset just died on me. Just give me a moment. All right. Yeah, so anyway, I was mentioning Tiger, TIGR. I mean, it's the same as, really, it's just a cheaper version of FUTU. They're both China securities broker. Well, they're both China stocks in this sector, the securities brokerage. Well, I'm sure they were rubbing their hands here, 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 and now here. I mean, at some point, yes, you would think. I mean, this is actually, it's not shortable for me. That interact well, it's got the green, it's got the faded green dot, so they'd have to find shorts. I'm just not interested when I see that. But boom, ZYNE again, guys. I don't have very much left, but enough that this is making me pretty happy. So again, guys, notice I don't tell anybody to buy or sell anything. I sort of lay it out what I'm looking at, and if you want to take the trade, you take the trade. Knowing that this is really my go-to scan. It is a wheat stock. Pharmaceutically produced transdermal cannabinoid therapies. You weren't here earlier then, Grumpy. I was pretty excited about the APRE. I don't know what I'm out of it completely now, but I don't know what I'm gonna do with this. I mean, I know Asia is probably long and strong forever, but all right. I don't know who you are. FINV, Finvolution. And this is, guys, this is another China fin, okay? Another one. So it's in the same category as Tiger, TIGR, and FUTU, just a heck of a lot cheaper. Look at the volume that's coming into FINV. So am I telling you to take this trade? No. But just keep in mind what those other two are doing. You have to think that other traders are looking, okay, I mean, it's too late for me to get into FUTU. It's maybe too late for me to get into Tiger. What else could I look at? Well, here's FINV. They're all China stocks, all in the same sector. And what's the float like? 188 million in the float, so it's it's not certainly not a low float situation. I don't really think I've seen this one before. I don't think this not an IPO. This is probably just a name change, symbol name change right here. No, it doesn't work like that, Alex. It's like this. Holly is just like this. Okay, here's a scan. I don't know what stocks are going to appear in this scan. At any given day. Okay, if the filters are met and stock makes a new high or low, we see it. So that's what the AI is. It has its own alerts or own strategies, and if the filters are met, then you see the alert. So it doesn't look, yeah, exactly. It cannot be pointed to your list of stocks. It doesn't work that way. All right. I mentioned PSTV coming out of the halt. Wow, look at that. Look at the back this out. Sometimes it's hard. The scale is hard to see where the next resistance is. PSTV. Well, it's over 4 now, and it's a low float. Yeah, had to be a low float. Okay, Michael, I see you started streaming, so you can probably hear me. All right, guys, I'm going to take. Oh, it's 12 o'clock already. I'm going to stop the stream.
All right, guys. Let me just finish hiding all the things I need to hide here. All of the fun secret type things. And when I do this, you guys should be able to see my desktop. Is my mic not coming through? All right, guys. Okay, there we go. I hear myself and I see myself here. Okay, so it looks like everything is a-okay and coming through. So again, if there's any issues, I'm sure someone will give me feedback there. So again, if you're new here, what we do is we give Barry some much needed time off, take a little break, and we open the room up to support questions for an entire hour. So feel free to ask anything when it comes to trade ideas or trading or anything. Just resizing the screen a little bit here, so I get triggered when something gets kind of cut off by a little bit, but here we go. Yeah, so feel free to ask questions and chat, and we'll do whatever we like. The more questions you ask, I will say, the less I will waffle on about random stuff, because really we don't have too much prepared when we get started here. We're all working on kind of other things, and we just come in to help out support and all of that. Hey, Mike C. I don't know if I've seen. I think you've been missing for a couple. So that was a hell of a move in the market there. It seems like we're holding on here, but we did have a bit of a sell-off there on some Fed yammering about God knows what. Let's turn off pre and post here. Get those bad ticks out of the way. Yeah, there's a little down spike. Kind of landed right where one would expect. Personally, I'm watching 2-day VWAP here. First question, and again, always thank you guys for questions. What happened to the social medias filter? Long and short of it was some technical things had changed, and some attempts were made to kind of rekindle the relationship, and some anger back and forth, that kind of thing, but more or less just kind of a tech issue. And at the same time, I had done exhaustive kind of mathematical studies to prove that it really didn't serve any value to our clients. So it just ended up costing Trade Ideas a whole bunch of money to get it. But what I found is that in almost no cases, a statistically insignificant amount of cases, would relative volume not match with StockTwit's increased volume anyway. So it was a combination of a lot of things. It was a combination of the tech change and the fact that it really wasn't doing what we wanted it to do, and so we decided to move on from there. Now, I will say that doesn't mean that we're completely abandoning the concept of social media filters and scans. We're actually looking into new data providers and scanning different things. We just don't think that StockTwits is kind of where it's at, right? So, it's not that we disagreed with the concept of social filters, right, and social trading in that way. It was more just it wasn't finding any value to us, that particular filter. So hope that makes sense. But can't go into all of the inside baseball, but ST is on. I don't know what you mean by that. If it's the StockTwits filter, it's certainly not. Oh, the GameStop frenzy. No, it was really just bad timing, to be honest. Again, I can't share the inside baseball, but the amount that they wanted to charge versus the value that anyone would get from it was not conducive. But again, we are looking into other data vendors, and um the cool, again, we're not signed on to anyone yet. We can't really know exactly what their filters and their data is going to look like, but the ones that I've been researching, they can do some really cool stuff with scrubbing social media now, and maybe looking in some places that people wouldn't think of. I was saying TalkSwift for entertainment. Yeah, it what I found, and I spent a lot of time doing this because my thought was that if I could find a stock that was being talked about a whole bunch on StockTwits, but not showing an increase in volume, that there may be something there. But what I found by spending many, many, many hours combing through our data and looking for this, it just was almost never the case that, one was working and the other one wasn't, right? It was just almost never the case that you could find an instance in which there was high social volume but not high relative volume, which makes sense, right? And I don't know if you guys know about NLP algos, but NLP just, neuro-linguistic programming, and it's basically just robots that can try to read and interpret human speech. And those have been common in the hedge fund community for a long time. So what I think happened is that maybe back in the day, StockTwits, the relative mentions meant something. But as like with most things in the market, as the hedge funds and the robots and everything got really good at reading this speech and reading this data, they became so quick to act that volume and social media mentions became, immensely correlated kind of on their own. But what I'm interested in, again, is new data points that are looking at things that maybe aren't StockTwits or something obvious, but maybe looking at something that's a little bit less obvious. And that's kind of where Trade Ideas usually shines, is to look at the places that no one else is and come up with ideas that no one else is thinking of, and implement those, and eventually the big market makers will kind of come after it. Yeah, the whole the turn off the when StockTwits was shut off, that's something I definitely think that could have been done better. The communication there wasn't as good as it could be on all sides, and that's something we've definitely taken to heart, and we'll figure out for the future. But I would bet over the next years you're going to see an increase in filters and math and and things you can do as opposed to a decrease. I don't think you're going to see too many more kind of decreases in those things. Bought some Tesla puts this morning and they're working okay, but I'm wondering if it's going to get caught up here at the $800 area. It bounced. What's the low of today? $802 or $800.02. That's pretty much as close to $800 even as you could get on a stock like that. So what's everyone? I know Barry was so caught up with trading that he missed the transfer overtime. So this is something rare, I guess, to see Canopy Growth both long and short under kind of the same symbol. Oh, it looks like the short one was the way to go. For sure. What are your thoughts on combining opening range breakouts, multi-time frame, and short float as a scanner? See, I always like short float as a scan option. Most of the scans that I have some sort of short float type of concept behind them, right? And same with, here's the A table that I'm sure you guys have seen from Steve and Andy. I made some modifications to it just for my own kind of trading style, but you can see this is sorted by short float, and this one here I sort by, oh no, that's for the short version. So I always like the concept, and even before the whole short float mania, for lack of a better term, that we've been seeing recently, I like it because it's you know where the demand is going to come from. So for example, when it comes to AXDX here, right? If we look at AXDX, we know that if this thing starts going, and the move that it's made recently, that there's a lot of shorts that are in pain. Same with like a CLVS. So in and of itself, I don't think it means anything in and of itself. But what it does is that if that security starts going, then you know kind of who the interested parties are, right? Anytime you can predict demand, you've automatically predict half of the equation when it comes to trading, right? It's just supply and demand in its simplest form. The concept here is, that where that demand can come from. So then your job becomes, okay, where do I think, now that I know that there's a large short float, where do I think that short float will feel pain? So when you're talking about opening range breaks, I would say that a heavily shorted stock, now that the short, mania, I guess, is over, your main point is to say, where on the daily chart do I think these shorts are going to get nervous? Because when a stock's heavily shorted, it's generally not by day traders or retail investors. Short data only updates every 2 weeks. When you see a big short float like that, that's usually large institutions. So they're not going to care about kind of an intraday opening range breakout. But if that opening range breakout is occurring, in an area in which the stock could really get moving, then I think you're onto something. So, think broad when you're talking about this kind of trading, right? It's not the little guy that's shorting these things to cause these massive short floats. It's the bigger type of guys. ADX should be calculated in real time and just smoothed with the other chart. We're actually releasing ADX for the. Can I go? Releasing ADX for the charts in a little bit. I just need to work out the. Oh, I need to be on the dev version to show you guys that. But anyway, we have it in the system. I just need to finish refining it. I really hadn't found. Now, to be honest, if you want something that updates quicker than ADX, I just like ATR. ADX is basically just is the stock trending or is it chopping around indicator. Not an, ADX is obviously not used for direction ever. It doesn't work like that, but it's mainly for volatility. So I like to use something like an ATR or a 10-day range or something like, or 5-day range, because it updates a little bit faster than the ADX. I find personally when I was looking at it and researching the indicator, it reacts really, really late. So by the time the ADX shows that a stock is trending, it's been trending for some time. And since the majority of trading is found in ranges, I just find it's really late to the party. I actually experimented with a revision to the mean strategy that I should get back to at some point, where the the ADX basically would, when it became and it started to talk about that the stock was trending, I would take a counter trend play there and expect it to go back in the range. And again, it's just because ADX is so slow in what it does. It may be a kind of a cool way to counter that move. Any plans to add fibs? Yeah, we're gonna add auto fibs and auto anchored VWAPs very soon, and I want to start building some scans around those as well. So one of the things we're going to be working pretty hard on now, most things are pushed towards our E-Trade integration, which is going well. The TDA one, not so much. We found some limitations within their API. We have to figure out some workarounds, like some real bad limitations in their API. But once we get over that hump, we're going to start really focusing in on the charts and adding in new filters and things like that. Little cleanup products. But yeah, I was thinking of kind of auto fibs of, and again, feedback is welcome, but I was thinking what you could do is you could choose the look back period. So say you went to the indicator and there was an auto fib option here, you would just set in your period. So say you set in 20. It would say that it would take the high of the highest high in the last 20 days and the lowest low in the last 20 days and run a fib there, and then also be able to do it intraday. So if you did one, you could do more or less based on that. It's kind of how I saw it in my head anyway. When I build a scanner, am I using a 25% short float, more or less? It's going to depend on the scan. It's going to depend on the trading plan that I've tested. Sometimes short float's going to be more important, sometimes less. I will say 25% is a really high number. So if your trading plan's looking for heavily shorted stocks, then I think 25% will serve you well. But of course, yeah, well, what Patrick is saying here, 25% is very high. So again, and I know people get triggered by my answer, but it really, I've met many, many profitable traders in my day, and even more unprofitable traders. And what I'll say is that the profitable guys, they have a plan, and they're just always kind of making small tweaks to that plan. So if your plan that you've tested says that stocks with over 25% short float do great, then go ahead. Just know that those are really high short float numbers. Yeah, 10%. And that's the other thing is everyone looks at a high short float as a contrary indicator because of kind of what's happened with the what's happened with marketing and Wall Street bets and GameStop and all this. But you got to remember that most of the time these short float guys are right. And even in the case of Wall Street bets, right? Let's take a look here. Oh, let's move that one in. I just closed that by accident, but let's go to GME. It's basically just, if you guys are wondering what you're missing on my screen, it's not much. It's just many, many, many charts. I use this screen. This is I'm testing the E-Trade implementation. It's happening here. You guys know I'll test new algorithms and things like that on the sim, but I also use it. I've got two massive monitors, and this monitor that you guys are looking at is the one above my main one. And for that, I just kind of plaster it with daily charts of things that I'm looking at so I can kind of see them as well. As far as relative volume, I use a minimum of 0.08. So again, the caveat of depends on your trading strategy. 0.08 means it's doing less than normal volume at that time, right? So if your strategy, I actually have strategies that I look for dramatic decreases in low volume. And they're just strategies that I look for and I like. 1 second here. I need to place a trade. An MFC. But if you're looking for something that everybody else is looking at, then you want something much higher than 0.08. So, 2, for example, will be, double normal volume. 1 is, the normal volume kind of thing, right? Trade this, buy with a stop at yesterday's low. Whoa. That's a big position. Must not move much. So an average daily volume would be 1. So, 2 would be double, right? So, for example, I guess here's a good reference. So, Holly, Neo, right? And I'm sure you're in Barry's room. You've heard him talk about that. Holly Neo is the best performing AI of all of them for the longest period of time that it's existed. Again, I'm biased because Neo is kind of my brainchild and I thought of it, right? So I'll put that there. But everything that you see come through Neo, you're going to see a relative volume of 10 plus. 5. I guess it's going to change, but it depends on. I think one of the algo uses 5 and the other one uses 10. So that's the kind of number you're talking about if you're looking at extreme volume moves. The the other side of things, the low volume ones, you can even go as low as 0.5. And a lot of people get curious when I say, well, why would you scan for stuff that's doing nothing? Not for intraday scanning, but I like to look at stocks that are moving significantly less than they normally do and doing significantly less volume than they normally are when it comes to looking for things the next day, right? Because you're kind of looking for the volatility contraction and tightening, and then the expansion after that, right? So there is merit to using both. On average for a short float, right? Like 10% isn't okay. Now, what you may want to look at is there's another metric when it comes to shorts. So far we've just been talking about short percentage, but there's another metric that I like. Let's open this up and just grab this. It's called days to cover. Now, welcome to math time with Michael. Everyone pay attention. Bring me your apple. But more importantly, kind of what's happening when it comes to days to cover is they take the amount of shares that's short and they divide it by the average daily volume. So let's just make a hypothetical situation here. Let's say that, and again, you just find it days to cover. You'll find it in here. So actually, let's add it to here as well. So let's say, for example, in our hypothetical situation, days to cover, that show column, away we go. Let's pick a stock. This one right here, fine. eGov. eGov has a float of 65 million, let's call it, and a short float of 2%, which isn't very high on a percentage basis. However, average daily volume of eGov is only 300,000 shares, so it doesn't trade very much when it comes to volume. What they do is they take the volume that you have, right? That volume amount. Then they divide that by the amount of shares you have. So round numbers, right? Let's say that they have 10 million shares are short on eGov, 10 million shares outstanding. And the stock on average trades 8 million shares a day. That means if all of the trades that occurred on any given days were buy to covers, all of the trades, right? Someone's selling and then the guy who's buying is buying to cover. It would take 10 days of buying to cover, then the 10 days with the buying to cover, essentially, to get all the shorts out of the position. So, you could say, for example, that a stock has an insane short float. It has a 40% short float. But if that stock does a whole whack ton of volume, and it makes it so that you could cover all of those shorts in just a day or two of trading, well, that's not really... I hope I'm making sense. It's not really... it's not going to hurt them to cover the short. It's not going to move the stock. But if the days to cover are, let's say, over 3, over 2, well, then all of a sudden, then that short amount makes a bigger impact. And I hope that makes sense to somebody. I don't think I explained that very well. But the math is simply how many shares are outstanding divided by how many shares trade on average. So take a look at the days to cover. Question, what do I think about AUY? AUY is Yamaha Gold, right? I have never had luck trading gold. Let's just take a look at it. Again, all going to be about your trading plan, not financial advice. I'm just some idiot on the internet. Why would you listen to me? However, as a future chartered market technician, as soon as I get approved by the board, here's a pretty obvious bear flag going on here. Relative strength, right? If we bring in a daily chart of the SPY and we compare that to the overall market, you can see how weak this stock is in comparison to the overall market. That combined with the bear flag, it doesn't look good to me, to be honest. But again, time frame, blah, 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 right? Intraday chart here in the 15s, if it breaks this kind of area, maybe it takes a pop to 5, but I would not buy this stock. But again, I am just some guy on the internet. Trade your plan. How do you get the country flag? The country flag should pop up how you see good old Canada, which I am, right up here. That should just be in your version. So if you don't have that, I would just go and update your version. So if I go to Trade Ideas, you got to remember too, there's always 2 versions of Trade Ideas, right? So if you go to download software here, there's always this version, and this is the open version, and then there's the beta version down here, which I think has the flags. Maybe not. Yeah, made changes to single stock window, country flags. So you have to download the beta version down here, but you'll be able to see that if you are using the beta and not the release. So Michael, how many days of cover should I add to my scanner? Again, you shouldn't add anything to your scanners until it's part of a written, tested trading plan. You should not make any changes to your trade until they've been tested and written down and scrutinized and all of this. That being said, on average, like a 2 is starting to be a large number. But again, 150% related to your individual trading plan. For me, it's just one filter in many. So, I am an algorithmic trader, so I will obviously come up with an idea, test it. I very much follow the scientific method with my trading, which is I will have a hypothesis. I will test that hypothesis. Your hypothesis could be stocks bounce off the 200-day moving average. Well, then I will test that hypothesis with random type filters. From there, I will go through and say, hey, how can I destroy my idea, right? As any good scientist will tell you, you always attempt to be your own worst critic, and then if after all that it holds up, then it's something that I will trade. Right? That's how I look at everything, anyway. How many days to cover should I add to my scanner? Or just finish answering that one. Jeez, I gotta drink this coffee. When will we get a country filter? Working on it. No ETA as of yet, kind of thing. But let me check with support here. You should get. Let me check. Should have it. If you don't, then it'll just be when the next beta is launched. I'm just checking in our Slack room here now. I was fairly confident that it did. However, right, the versions I'm on are always kind of way crazier. Let's do a privacy mode. Let's take a look. You guys have looked at absolutely nothing for long enough, so let me bring in real stuff here. I just need to check through some of my trades. Sort by today. You can see today is not a great day, but my positions overall are still doing great. That's the trade that I just took with you guys. We'll see how well that goes. Yes. Okay, so again, are you sure? They've confirmed that. Now, you may need to close your current window and open up another one. And again, note there's some of them that we don't have the data for, right? Like this particular security. If I click on this one shows up, right? So just note that it's going to be, if it's a non company, and by that I mean if it's a ETF, right? Or if it's like a weird fund or something, they don't really have a head office, so they're not really country based. But I've just confirmed with the man, the myth, the legend in our support chat who kind of deals with all that, and you should get it. Just make sure you are on the beta. And I can show you how to check here. I just need to find out what our beta number is. You check what version you're on, just to make sure. Right, you go help and oh, cool. About right, so you can see I'm on a much later version than you guys, but the version that's up here should be 0.95. So I'm on 0.99. You guys should be on 4.2, 0.99. And again, just make sure it's a valid ticker. It's something that kind of makes sense that it's gonna work for you there. SPY really dug in there. Look at all the bottoming tails on the 30-minute right under this price. And it's right kind of at this. They couldn't take down this support yet. And this is just the support from 2 days ago. So this is what I'm watching to see. If we hold this until the end of the day, we may get a kind of a rally up there. Why does my Brokerage Plus window take so long to put the stock in the position window? Are you trading through Interactive Brokers or our sim? And if you're trading for it through Interactive Brokers, what's the name of the data plan that you have? Because other than it maybe taking a second, it doesn't, right? So we got to figure out what setting you have that may be off a bit. I use Brokerage Plus every day across 3 different accounts: day trading, swing trading. So I know that it shouldn't once we get that setting figured out for you. Now, your data plan that you're paying IB out of pocket for, if you're trading with IB every day, that's going to be hugely important. If you're not paying IB for a data plan out of your own pocket, then it's just not gonna work. So that's something to certainly keep in mind. Other than that, if you're using our sim, just note that we put about a half a second delay in there to make it feel more like what the real world is. We don't want to, create a sim that's faster than what the real world's. So yeah, what's the name of the plan? Not the exchanges that it covers. The actual name of the plan. Because again, we've got 1,000 or so users on it, and none of them are experiencing that particular issue right now. So I think it's probably just something we got to figure out with the plan. And if you are buying them individually like that, that can cause some issues as well, and I don't recommend it. They've got what they've called the snapshot, and that's way quicker when it comes to data. The other thing, it could be the speed of your computer or how much stuff you got opening up. If it's taking long to show over, right? How old's your computer and what are you running on it? But I'll tell you, it's within seconds. We need to remove the commissions from the sim with the introduction of E-Trade. No, I don't think we're going to do that. What we're going to do is use the commissions to simulate the order flow that E-Trade sold of yours and gave you a worse price, because we all know what's happening. But yeah, we're not going to. I was told that I have the paid plan. You need to know the name. I'm sorry. So I would go take a look at, go look them up and see what the name of the plan is. IB can help you with that. But again, it's if you've followed the setup instructions, your computer is fairly snappy and you're not running 1,000 things, like you don't have like 5 trading platforms and 1 million charts and, reasonable type stuff. The orders will show up in less than a second. Again, unless you're doing something crazy where you're trying to trade, 5,000 algorithms that are going all over the place and doing some insanity like that. But within reason, I'll show you. Here's my current. This is a live account, and these are all the positions I have right now. And again, things load instantly. But again, I've made sure that I paid for that plan that is outlaid in the intro video. But yeah, you should be able to find that out. Just go to the IB's website and you can find it there. Where the hell? I'm trying to look for that. There we go. Yeah, this intro video. I talk about the data plan and everything there as well. But again, you got to bring that up with IB. Unfortunately, they charge you for data. There's nothing we can do about that. We are working on a workaround in which we'll be able to use Trade Ideas data, but that's a far ways off, and we want to make sure that it's going to be super rock solid before we rely on our data instead of theirs. Worst case scenario is we use our data instead of theirs, and something breaks, right? And then we've made it worse for our clients instead of better. So. Does Brokerage Plus Sim work after hours or on historical data? It works after hours. It's not kind of perfect. I wouldn't really mess with that too much after hours. It doesn't work on historical data. It works on live real-time data. Right, so I think I'm done with actually testing E-Trade for the day. I only got this one fill. So we'll flatten that, and there we go. And yeah, let's connect to the sim. And we'll disconnect E-Trade. And then, yeah, so if I'll just buy some Apple on the sim. Let's just buy 100 shares. You can see that it's going to use the real kind of live prices, right? There's our 100 shares, right? 35.17. It's right where it's at now. So I use the real time prices we've got. Is E-Trade going to charge for data? No, we looked into this. So E-Trade, as long as your account's over, I think $1,000, you get data from them. If you get flagged as a professional, so someone who trades for a living entirely, or someone who works at a bank, or any of the things that could make you a professional trader, you will get charged data fees, and they're insane. They're like $125 a month. But the amount of people that will be charged that, I think, will be fairly low. So that's actually one thing I have to do right after this video is I need to re-edit E-Trade. The E-Trade video that I made that's going to go up when we go live, because we found out that you don't have to charge, or they don't charge for data, which is fantastic. I hate that IB charges for data. It's just such an annoyance. You think if they're giving you that money, that, right, you're like, okay, I'm gonna give you 30 grand of my hard-earned money to trade with, that they would just give you the data, but they don't, which is unfortunate. Yeah, and we looked into Thinkorswim, and they're not going to charge for data either. But the problem with them is their API is just bad. It's just not great right now. So that's good. Oh, we're coming back to even for the day, boys. That will feel nice when that happens. You can see what a great day it was, and then what a bad day it was, and then what a back to even, right? Just chop, chop, chop. This is the nature of the market, I guess. This NMFC just doesn't move, does it? It seems like a boring ass stock. I think I'm going to regret being in it. NMFC, get going. RC is breaking out here as well. So again, guys, we got about 10 minutes left. Any questions, comments, concern, trade ideas, trading related, anything you would like. When the questions run out, I'll just pass her on over to Barry. We're thinking of opening a live stream for just support that would run parallel to the room all day. So let me know what you guys think about that. I would do that over on my personal channel, because I think you need a certain amount of subscribers or whatever to go and do a bunch of live stream stuff. So we'll use my YouTube account for that. But yeah, we were just thinking, especially when E-Trade launches, there's going to be a whole bunch of questions, right? You know, people who just want to pop into it. They don't want to take the time to learn, kind of thing. But any plans for dark mode for trade ideas? Everything except the title bars you can make dark already. Just FYI, you can go in and go properties and dark, right? The title bars stay light and everything else goes dark. We've talked about it. It's on the list. It's just not, it's a nice to have. It's not a big thing like, implementing new brokers or coming up with new AIs or swing trading AIs or things like that. But I'm with you on that. Now, what I will say I like is you can go to, let me actually open this up. As a dark mode nerd myself, if you go to our web version, which is where I do a lot of my scanning at night, I'm just signing in here, and you turn on dark mode on your browser, it actually looks pretty neat. So when I'm at night doing trading, right, you can go, these charts don't look very good, I gotta zoom out, but right, you get everything goes dark just by using, so just for people who care, I'm using, it's called Dark Reader. I think it was a couple bucks for Safari, and I think it's free for Chrome, and that's what I use when I'm scanning things at night. I go on here and I do the web version, just because I can make it dark, and I'm also a Mac nerd, so it helps with me just paying attention to stuff while I'm not sitting in front of my virtual machine here. So give that a shot. Move that back in. Mike, when I set a stop loss percentage with auto trades, it sets the stop loss and IB at a price lower than my requested stop. It will set it at whatever kind of percentage you put in. Now, I would make sure, again, depending on your entry type, take a look at this option right here where it says set, use last price as reference for exit orders. If you're playing cheaper stocks, this one will be more important. And then note that percentages will always have to round, of course. So if you're trading a $1 stock, uh, a percentage is going to be 1 cent. So it's going to round that, the best it can, right? So that's going to make a little bit difference. I use Dark Reader for Chrome. Thanks, Stip. Yeah, no problem. I do the full, right, at market close every day. All of my computers and iPhone and everything, they turn on the night mode that filters the blue light, and they all go to dark mode. And I highly recommend it. So as a dark mode guy, I'm with you for sure. I will be in the background arguing for your dark mode. Just know that it's right of the things Trade Ideas has on its list to do. I wouldn't expect it to be like the super highest priority. But yeah, try this filter and see what's going on. And again, make sure when you're using stop loss and you're doing percent, you're not doing anything with the filter. You're just putting it here. And again, note rounding. Rounding is going to be big with percentage stops, especially on little cheap, junky kind of stocks. So if trading a high price, uncheck it. Again, just try with both. And again, note the rounding that has to occur, right? Interactive brokers won't accept many decimals out in percentages. They'll only accept little ones. Basically, what that filter means is, are you using the last price or are you using the alert price? And if you're trading liquid names, they're going to be close. If you're trading either really low price stuff or super high price stuff, they're going to be fairly different. So just go check which of those is working better for your strategy. Personally, I don't use percentages. I like to use things like ATR and all that kind of stuff. I find it adapts better to different priced instruments, but again, it's one of those to each its own. All right, so Barry is back. He's going to pull the rug from me right here. It was nice chatting with you guys, and trade safe out there, and I will see you guys next week.
Shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. All right, so okay guys, the FINV is now starting to base a little bit. Okay, so what I'm looking for is a little more of a base, and then imagine if we got a volume bar like that. Okay, to really pop it up. Again, I mean, it looks like it's an all-time high, but my guess, and somebody can look this up, my guess is just a symbol name change right here. There's no way this is an IPO. And guys, I'm getting set to do my video in a couple of minutes. I'll be doing my video, so I'll be gone for about 20 minutes or so. Okay, so see, look what happened. So all I'm going to do here is stick an alert at around 544 for FINV. See if this is just a momentary pullback, and then a pop up through there, through that area, and I'll probably get into the trade. And so that's how I lay it out. You don't have to do the same thing, of course, but that's how I'm laying it out. See if there's any news on this one. I guess it's just pure cannabis. That's all it is. So it's already it'll trade the float easily. 6.6 million in the float. 6.3 million has traded, so this will trade the float easily. This is just basically following the sector. What is MJ doing right now? This is the cannabis ETF. The big one anyway. There might be some other ones, but it certainly trades a lot, 13 million, so certainly trades a lot. AMC. All right, you're making me look. AMC. I suppose it's moving up a little. No, I don't know, Vern. I don't know. I mean, price is way above. The stop order is active, but showing in the chart, but the price is way above. Order already sent. Yeah, I wish you had been over in the YouTube room and asked Michael that question. I mean, I'm assuming it's showing on the market because it's showing in your IB account. Remember, we're not the ones executing. It is IB, so you're sending that. All right, guys, just want to do a quick check. Can you guys hear me in YouTube before I go and do my video? All right, guys, look at FINV. Oops, some error. Clover, guys, CLVR over 19 now. No. Okay, thank you, Ija. No, I'm just doing my video. I do a video every day, kind of a bit of a recap what's happened in the room. Nothing to do with YouTube. I never go to YouTube. I shouldn't say that. Here is the YouTube, okay? This is it. So I monitor it between 9 and noon. Somebody else takes over between 12 and 1. And then I resume from 1 to 3. Again, guys, what a nice alert. What a nice alert for the Clover. CLVR, 1801, cannabis play, tax on $1 in a very short period of time. I mean, this alert's at 12:54. I mean, what is it now? It's 8 minutes away. Amortize that over a year. All right, guys, the only other thing I want to do is just show you if you do want to subscribe to the videos I do every day. Okay, so I put the homepage link in the YouTube room. Also I put it here. Click on my homepage right here, the homepage tab in the trading room. Click on my link and you will see right here, okay, recap videos right there. So I do it and then usually they get sent out about 2 hours afterwards. All right, with that, I bid you adieu and we'll see you at around 1:25. All right, guys, I'm back. I forgot what happened there. I guess I must have deleted this. Essentially, you don't have to go to the YouTube feed. I mean, I'm not explaining this correctly, obviously. I moderate our YouTube room between 9 and noon. Between 12 and 1, another trader takes over, okay? And then I resume between 1 and 3. So there's no need to go over there, okay? I don't switch to YouTube. It's just, I'm moderating both rooms at the same time. And give me one moment. Just have to send some information. All right, guys. So what is happening now? All right, guys. Sorry, I'm just okay. We have another one here. I see. So Clover, what did it get up to? Got up to 1929 from the alert at 1801. Now Opera, OPRA. Who uses Opera anymore? I mean, they must do more than just have a browser. Must. This was an IPO, I think, back here. It really has done nothing. And, this is room. Let's see now. Take a look left. I wonder why that happens. Okay, so the next high looking left is 1149, okay? So, I mean, it's got a little bit of room to that level. I mean, we're almost there. Almost there. If it takes that out, then the next high looking left is 1218. So the key is to try to take this out right there. and then it has some room to 12, and then, you know, maybe to 13. It's a low float, 13.9 million in the float. So, you know, just be aware of that also. It's still just a browser? Wow. And if anybody in this room had said that they used it, if I had to guess and lay my life down on it, it would have been Grumpy. Because he's just that sort of a guy. Good one, Real. Good one. You know, I've got to really watch this one, this FinVit, FINV. Depending how this closes, you know, I may take this as a potential swing. Yeah, I do remember, Jason. Not necessarily AOL, but yeah, when the ISP had to send you a disk so you could connect first. Man, we go. That's a few years ago, but I do remember. Yeah, crazy. Urenda, let's take a look. Let's just see how much room it has. Okay. So YRD, you're talking about a potential swing for Urenda. So let's back this out on the monthly chart. You know what? That is what's causing me. That is what's causing a freeze every now and then when I try to zoom in. Interesting. All right, so what do you see? High is 518 here. 523 here. All right, so I mean on the monthly chart, the only you're above all these highs, okay? 523. So the next high looking left. So that's on the monthly chart. Next step, take a look at the weekly chart. See, the weekly is you know not quite as good looking. You know, the next high looking left is 585. I mean, it depends how much you think you're going to get on this, but that could stall it. You know, it's not quite as clean as I like to see, but. Okay, so Robert, I don't share my layout. What I do share are all the scans that I'm sharing, okay? So let me just I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. And so what I'm gonna pop into this room a link that's called Barry's homepage. Okay. And when you click on the link, this is what you'll see. And scans that well, it's called Barry Scans. Okay, so click here. Here are all the scans that I'm sharing. So I don't create a big layout like this because there's, you wouldn't want all these, you wouldn't want them all. But I try to create enough different looks for different types of people. Okay? Yeah, utilities. Yeah, I mean, utilities, the flight to utilities, usually dividend stocks and all that, if the market's going to pull back. That is a typical thing. But look, I mean, earlier on in the day, this was virtually all yellow, meaning down. So we've had a reversal of fortune. I mean, now the SPY is just down a little bit. NAS is down a little bit, but the Dow is turned around. So here, this is my spider sector list, and yes, it is available. So what Phoenix is talking about, I mean, the market would have to really, I think, tank pretty badly. But utilities, right here, XLU. Any reason why? Did you check news and stuff? If you check news and you don't see any, I'm probably not going to be able to, unless it's very evident. Well, it's an earnings play. I can tell you right off the bat, it's an earnings play. Okay. So they released earnings after hours yesterday. You can just see February 9th post market. So they released earnings, and obviously the reaction is not good. Oh my gosh. Well, listen, guys, congratulations. I know people were pestering me about Sundial, when it was under $1 and hovering around $1. Obviously, taking complete advantage today of the big jump. I mean, it was already moving a little bit yesterday, but complete advantage today of that big jump. They've added, because this was, well, I don't know if they did a financing or something, but because now it's over $1 billion in the float. I mean, that's what really prevented me. But hey, you can't dispute the fact that it had a tremendous percentage run. And I'm talking about Sundial, SNDL, yes. Oh, I don't know. Sell price, I don't give. The next high looking left is 264, so it's above that. The next high is, 388. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but there's no resistance, chart resistance anyway. Yes, it is, Gypsy Trader. It's one of the scans. When did they do it, Ija? Because I never liked this one because it had such a huge float, but it wasn't over a billion. I just noticed yesterday that it was over a billion. It depends. I'll look at both, Billy. But typically, I'm looking at the tops. The candle, the wicks, as you call them. I call them topping tails, but I mean, look, if it depends, how big that topping tail is. How close it is to the body. I mean, if it was, but I definitely, I'm definitely aware because at one point, at some point, buyers had not this one, but I mean, if it was a big topping tail, at one point, buyers had it way up. Now, these are not necessarily support and resistance areas. I mean, one day does not necessarily, but it's amazing how often it does happen. How often, even on one day, you look left and you see one day where there's a high, a stock gets up to that high, almost to the penny, and it stalls. Like I say, it's amazing how often that happens. I mean, it's traded the float. Amazing. 1.5 billion in the floats. So it's traded, it's 150% of the float. Well, I mean, it's taking full advantage of the enthusiasm right now for the cannabis sector. But even so, 59% with a billion in the float, that's pretty. Yes, I think it is. Just a minute, Elliot. If you're wondering with something like that, I'm going to right click on the alert window. I'm going to click on search. We have categories. I'm going to click on financial or fundamentals and price to earning ratio. Okay, so yes, we do. So Elliot, did you see what I did? I may have gone a little quickly. So again, just right click. There's arrow. Arrow's just showing up here. So again, the question was, is price earnings ratio available with Trade Ideas? So I right clicked, configure. Okay, I'll just do it again for other people. Search. Now you can actually just type in, well, if you type in price right here, and then E, there you go, price earnings ratio, okay? You can just type it in. All right, guys, IGC alive. IGC alive. Again, from the options, not in it anymore, but 306. Boy, this has still got a little bit of room, this AYRO. You look left on that weekly chart. 1063, so it's got a little bit of room before it encounters. So you asked about, do I look? Yes, I will absolutely look at that topping tail right there, especially on a weekly chart. Monthly is the same. And here we go, guys. Whoosh. AYRO. GMBL. Well, it's hard. I mean, obviously it's an all-time high. So where it could run is anybody's guess. It's had an unbelievable week. You know, I mean, look at the volume this week. And this week, we're only, we still have a few hours left in Wednesday, and we still have, 2 more days. So, I mean, the volume is just huge. I mean, is it going to, and it's, esports. So, I mean, it's a gaming. It's all about that. I mean, it's in the right sector, I guess. How much more room does it have? I mean, it's a low float, 8.8 million in the float. That's a very low float for a, now an $18 stock. I mean, I'm not sure what I would do with this one right now if I were in it. No, I doubt it, Bolsano. You're, as you know, you can get level 2 from your broker, so I really doubt it. On Leads was yesterday. I know Leads was halted a couple of times yesterday. Yeah, I remember this. Well, again, a huge week in volume. I mean, a big volume week. What did they do? So this is so it's sort of a China stock, Taiwan. Shouldn't say that. It's Taiwanese stock. I mean, what did it get to yesterday? All the way up to 782. Again, it's hard for me to analyze these. I mean, I don't know what you're asking for exactly. I mean, should you buy it now? Look, low float. Anything can happen, right? 2.3 million in the float. I don't know if there was news on this one that popped it up. We saw so many yesterday that they just went crazy with no news. I think this was another one. I'd like to see some news, for some reason other than just traders, deciding that it's the stock du jour or one of the stock du jours. So it's hard, when there's no news at all. What is going to sustain this? Your broker didn't propose it? What do you mean by that? You mean your broker doesn't have level 2? Time and sales or whatever? Who's your broker? Okay, obviously not aware of them. Listen, I don't use time and sales. I know Real doesn't. I think time and sales is look, you want to use it, great, but I don't think it really helps. I think there are too many games being played. If you're looking to see the size of bids and asks, I think there's just too many games. You guys can, put them in, yank them at a whim. So, I think I'm not talking to you specifically, but I think, my opinion and several other in the room, I think you're just overcomplicating it by trying to concentrate on level 2. That's my opinion. Why not 9, Ija, for CRBP? But listen, here's the deal. Anybody who's using level 2 and they find it a great advantage, fantastic. So I'm not saying don't use level 2. Oh, PRA. Look at this, guys. I mean, I don't know how much better we can get as a window. And listen, if it works, fantastic. Michelle, you could not stay away. You were gone before. I mean, out of nowhere. I haven't seen OPRA for a long time. ANCN, let's see, ANCN. Well, is it cannabis? So this is out of Israel. So yeah, I mean, what can I say? I mean, it's obviously. I mean, people were talking about it today well, earlier on this pop. Huge move today. I mean, I don't know if it's going to keep going. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how to answer questions like that. Any thoughts? I mean, right now you'd be chasing it. I mean, if you look left, the next high is 811. After that, if it can get up here, I mean, the next high is 1150. But right now, you're chasing it. I cannot share my scanner. But if you click on that tab that says homepage, Barry's homepage, okay, click on that tab. Hopefully you can find it. And then click on my homepage link right there, that link. When you do that, you'll be brought to this page and all the scans I'm sharing. Click here, sorry, right where it says scans, click here, all the scans I'm sharing, okay? I do that because otherwise I'd be putting scans in all day long. So I make you do a little bit of work. Guys do a little bit of work by having to take a look at individual scans. You want to load them. If you see something that you like, you're welcome to have it. Which one is that? You mean this one? The moving higher with unusually strong options. That one. It's gold, Jerry. I mean, this has been an awesome day in it. Awesome day. Are they all like this every day? Of course not. But all you have to do also, if you take this and you just have to duplicate it, okay, and then you can like, I like this don't repeat because it tells me the very first time I had the alert. So all you do is duplicate the window and then right click and properties and see where it says don't repeat, and this is all I do, don't repeat, and I say for a day. So that's why I see the very first time, so I can go back and say, well, what did it do from there? Okay? So I'm not going to give you this one. You have to do it yourself. Start to learn. Guys, if you're watching all this, you should learn how to do some of this stuff yourself. I mean, I'll admit, I'm hardly looking at my watch list anymore. I mean, we had some great ones. I mean, OLB 1476, it got halted. It got all the way up to, before it crashed down, 1648. The Zine 665. I mean, it's, good for my watch list. 850, what did it do? Yeah, it didn't do anything. This is one that I was in earlier, not from 775. This is still one that it depends how it closes. I may still continue to swing it. I'm out of it completely, but I may re-enter my swing. FRSX 1203. What did it get to? Not much. And then this one is interesting. You know, it's a lot like the APRE. With look at the room it's got. I mean, just look at APRE. Look how similar they are. Okay, look at the room this one has, and then look at CRBP. And again, this is from Ija from the our YouTube room. He's been talking about this one for a while, also along with the APRE. Ha! Oh, I see why. It it took me a while. It took me a while. Why do they call it Ovaltine? I was sorry. Why are you saying that? That's funny. Another Seinfeld reference. I thought maybe it got spell corrected and it turned into Ovaltine, and I was like, why is he saying that? That's funny. All right, guys. Now look at Mesa. Mesa came in, but Mesa came in. What do I keep saying? What do I keep saying? Somebody's got to tell me. What do I keep saying? Somebody will win a prize if you get the answer. Look left. Thank you, Bobby. So look left. Look at Mesa. What do we see? We see a high of 940. We see a high of 949. We see a high of 965. So we see some area right around here that could block it. No, I never say you have to take the trade. Never. Never. But all I'm saying, so the Mesa is not as good looking as some of the other ones just because of this area over here. That doesn't mean, it's not going to, blast right through. It's an earnings play. It's a low float. So anything could happen. But, look at the, again, look at that monthly chart. I mean, it's right in this area. So not all alerts can be treated equally. Meanwhile, the market has flattened out. It's just gone flat on us. Oh, it does. Oh, you don't have to take the trade. Yes, I thought. And listen, I mean, this may not prove to be stern resistance for Mesa. It may not, but I got to stick to what I see as it keeps making a new high after a new high. Oh my. All right, guys, I shall return. Who said that? History quiz. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Nope, not Patton, not Schwarzenegger. All right, there we go. We have somebody in the YouTube room. Obviously, the YouTube room is a higher class of people. Know their history. There you go. Absolutely. General Douglas MacArthur. Oh, you said MacArthur? Sorry, I didn't see that. I'm sorry. Okay. Guys, if you can have a little bit of fun. Now, let's see if I'm right about this blocking it here, the Mesa. Let's see if I'm right. All right, guys, give me a moment here. Okay, let's take a look at net element. NETE. Well, it's having a day. I don't know if you can hear me, Andy. I don't know if you're in the room, but okay. Net element. You know, even this SNDL, you would have thought, you know, how much further can it go? Well, you know, we had the alert at 251 and it's at got up to 280. I mean, this could keep going. I mean, it depends on. Let's take a look at the index. Let's see if the index is helping, doing anything. Yeah, it's kind of, yeah, I mean, look at MJ. Well, that's what I was saying for Mesa. You maybe didn't hear me. That's exactly what I was saying. I didn't like it because of all this. And that's kind of where it stalled. Wow. This is another one that has really moved today. This is down the road for me, actually. VFF, another cannabis play, of course. All-time high. All right. Let's see if this is actually a cannabis play. No. So this is so you can see what's happened. I mean, this has been lumped into other miscellaneous crop farming. This is the similar window, okay? Problem is, I mean, it is a little too broad. You know, I mean, citrus except orange groves. ANCN was on the 3 IB scan. So I'm not quite sure I know what you mean. Yeah, I think I know why. Let me just see something here. Yeah. Okay, so every now and then, you know, I put this filter in here, this earnings per share, okay? This is to prevent to prevent ETFs. I only want to see stocks, okay? Every now and then, and I can see this is an Israeli stock. Every now and then it blocks kind of the weird, I call this a little bit of a weird one because, you know, not be I mean, I'm not saying every stock from Israel will get blocked, but that almost 100%, if you took this earnings per share filter out, it would have shown up. So it's up to you. You'll get ETFs then, so you'll miss the odd one like this. So, but it's up to you. Can almost guarantee that's why it's blocked. Well, guys, I don't know what to say. I mean, there's the Oprah. I mean, it's pulled back finally, but I mean, man, oh man. I mean, that was what 11:24. The issue with that I had with it a little bit was a little bit spready. You know, I had to deal with that, but otherwise, I mean, geez, I mean, just a minute, please. All right, guys, sorry about that. I was just sending some emails off. Meanwhile, something is going wow, wow, wow. If you have this one, you know, this is a sound alert I've gone in on here. IGC going wow, wow, wow over and over and over again. Well, 1.7 billion, but there's 1 billion in the float. So, you know, that's almost the scary part, that there's a billion in the float for SNDL. Is that right? What does FinViz have for a float? Listen, some of these small ones, again, I say this every time. Go to 10 different sites, you could get 10 different float numbers. Float is sometimes very difficult, you know, to calculate. But I'd like to think it's, you know, it's not going to be like a huge multiple difference. I just, wow, nice, nice. I just see your message, yes. It's an all-time high, so again, I don't know where it's going. It's the right sector, though, you know, esports. Do I ever trade pre-market? Yes, I actually traded pre-market today. Huge. HUGE, it took huge in the pre-market right here. Sold it up here. It's sometimes difficult for me to trade pre-market because I'm doing so many other things. You know, I'm doing some scanning, getting lists together, things like that. So it's difficult for me to trade the pre-market sometimes, but I do every now and then, yes. Oh, well, first of all, okay, again, I'm on the West Coast, so 4 o'clock is early. um, I rarely see anything right at 7 o'clock, so 7 o'clock Eastern. I rarely see anything right then, but there's no time. I mean, there's no, well, this is when I will do it. I mean, if I see something interesting and I happen to be up and I happen to see it, I might do it. Well, we only start getting our data at 7 a.m. So, at Trade Ideas. I mean, I know other brokers. I know IB is open at 4 o'clock Eastern time. I get that, but we only start getting our data for me to scan at 7 in the morning. That's plenty time. It's plenty time. I know, we got a lot of questions about why don't we have earlier data, and there are some reasons, and I get it that people want earlier data, especially if you're in Europe or something. But come on, guys. I mean, as you said, yeah, you do get some big moves, I guess, before 7 in the morning, but sometimes there's just not enough volume. Why, Ija? Seriously, what are you thinking? You can. Well, I get up at 4 a.m. also. But you're talking East Coast time. Why would you do that? You know what I haven't looked at? I mean, I haven't even looked at some of these SPACs that I wanted to get into. I can't even remember if this is the one anymore. No, it must be IPOF. Was that the one I was? No, IPO. That'll help if I type it correctly. I can't even remember anymore. Yeah, I think it's this one that I've been kind of waiting on for a long time. Is it Alzheimer's also, Ija? Is it Alzheimer's also? Well, I guess I can look. Okay, so Jessa, so first of all, when you say, will it work? Any broker works. Are you talking about being able to automate or things like that? Which I don't recommend, but is that what you're talking about? Like, it doesn't matter what broker you have. I mean, if you get a symbol, you can type it into your broker's account. Oh, okay, just the setup. Okay, but yeah, I mean, I'm Canadian, so I have IB from Canada. Okay, my only advice would be to create a US dollar account within IB. Okay, so you don't have to monkey around with the exchange rate all the time. That's what I do anyway. So when you say will it work, are you talking about using Brokerage Plus? Okay. Yeah, it will. Yeah. Are you new to trading? Jessa, are you new to trading? Okay, well, I'm going to answer. First of all, we get a lot of questions about wanting to automate using auto trading using the AI. Okay, so here's my recommendation. Listen, if you're bound and determined to see how it would work, use the simulator first. Use the simulator first, okay? You can turn all the strategies on and let it rip, okay? And then you can see, if that's something you actually want to do. Do not commit money to the market before you do that. And don't just do it for a day or two. I would do it for a month, just to see how that works. If you're bound and determined to see how auto trading the AI would work, okay? No need to use your like a real account. Use the simulator, turn the strategies on, and let it rip and see how it works. Okay, that's my recommendation. So when you talk about linking the screens together, are you talking about on these charts that when I click on an alert, all these all these screens, all these charts change to the same symbol? Is that what you mean? So I'm talking to. So I'm talking. Okay, when you say you can link screens to each other, I'm trying to answer your question. I'm not sure what you mean. Okay, Jessa, please, yeah, don't trade your. First of all, even if you weren't auto trading, if you're new to trading, use our simulator. You know, really simple. Uses our real time data. Okay, practice trading first. This is not an easy game. Well, you could, so you have trade ideas, Brian. Do you have trade ideas, or you're just found the site? You found trade ideas, but are you a new user? Because, for instance, this momentum up shared, that'd do it. All you have to do is add one thing, a low float to it. I don't have a float in here, but these are volume surges. So you would just had to add the float, whatever you would consider is a low float, as an example. But I don't know if you have trade ideas. So the only thing that gives, okay, Brian. So yes, so I can give, if you sign up tonight, you come into the room tomorrow, or if you want to, here, take my link. You can use this to sign up if you want. Number one. Okay, so once you've signed up, and you click on my home page, here are all the scans that I'm sharing. One of them being the momentum up. All you'd have to do is add the float filter, okay, to like a maximum of 20 million, whatever you want. I mean, that'll come later. I mean, if you're brand new to trade ideas, you may not know how to do that right off the bat. I would also really recommend that you take advantage of this link right here, the education link, and the 20 lessons in 20. It won't take you 20 days, but that'll just show you all the basics, building top lists, alert windows, etc. Okay. So, before you do anything, this is what I would look at. Just get yourself acclimatized to what trade ideas can do. Okay. So the only thing that gives buy and sell recommendations is our AI. Okay. So, and I mean, recommendations. These are alerts. You have an entry price, you have a stop, and then up to you to determine how you want to trade it. That's the only thing, because the question was, does the system give buy and sell recommendations? This is the only one that does. All these other scans that you see, these are ideas. This is an idea too, but it does have a definite entry. You don't have to take it right then, and it has a stop. Okay, and that is part of our premium service. You cannot you cannot have two layouts open at a time. Any particular reason why you want two layouts? I mean, I use one layout all day long. I'm not saying that's the best thing to do, but that's what I've been doing for 10 years. I don't flip between layouts. I have my windows that I like to see all day long, and I just incorporate those into my layout. Mr. Parker, hi John. ANCN, I don't even know if we had a short for that one. Yeah, I guess it could. Wow, yeah, it got halted on the way down. Good one, Zach, as usual. Always picking these tops, shorting the heck out of it. And now it's halted on the way down. Just the AI, True Clean. Just the AI. Not on... Well, okay. In theory, when you click on an alert, there is a smart stop that is generated. Okay, it's a guide. Okay. But I mean, if you're looking for like true statistically designed strategies, then the only one that gives a true entry and a true stop would be the AI. And again, do they all work? Of course not. Yeah, you can go ahead, John. If I can answer, I will. All right, so the other thing you can do, Marcus, is... okay, this just resumed. Is if you have a screen problem, then you might be maybe what you might want to try is a multi-strategy window. Do you know what that is? Okay, so I mean that's what a lot of people do. You know, you combine a lot of alert windows into one window called a multi-strategy window. So that is typically that's what people do when they have a screen problem or a space problem on their, you know, they have one monitor. So you know how to add the alert windows into a multi-strategy window, right? You know how to do that. Okay. And then, you know, color coordinate it so that, you know, you get used to seeing, if you see a color, you know what strategy it is. You don't even have to put the strategy name necessarily. But, you know, it's up to you. Like I have one, I don't have it up and running right now, but, ooh, where are you? So like this one, you know, my gap continuation or reverse. So I've coordinated it. In theory, I wouldn't even have to know the strategy name if I got really used to the colors. And again, you want this one? It's you know, you can find it in my scans that I'm sharing. I don't have this up and running right now. I've got enough on my plate. Even this silly PULM that was, remember guys, a few years ago, or how many months ago, right over here? No, even earlier. Well, maybe it was here. Okay. Back in 2017. Okay, ERF, it showed up in the abnormal options. The problem is it's extended, a little bit extended. So I'd be waiting for maybe, you know, just a bit of a base here. But, you know, look left, it's got room. The next high, well, let's take a look on the weekly chart. The next high is, you know, 479. But, you know, definitely some blockage right around here, which corresponds to this on that monthly chart, 546. I'm afraid to look at FUTU. It either has dropped $20 or tacked on 20. Okay, drop 20. I knew it was going to be something. Yeah, even more. David's Tea is a cannabis play, isn't it? And a big pullback this month. I guess 4 days ago. Well, this has been a fast day. I mean, sometimes, for me it drags, but what a fast day. We're at 2:30 already. Oh, NAKD. Somebody wants me to look at NAKD. Well, I mean, I think somebody asked earlier, so I mean, it's above that high there. I mean, you know why this moved, right? I mean, this is part of the Wall Street bets crew. That is why this one moved the way it did. I mean, are they getting involved again? I don't know. I don't know. So, oh, I see, John. Okay, I'm sorry. All right. Yeah. See, we don't have an alert, like an alert. You can create you can create a top list, okay, John, that shows stocks that are near the pre-market high. Sorry, I didn't see your question. Okay, there was no alert that I wish we did. I actually wish we had the alert that crosses the pre-market high. But you see, we do have. So you could try this. I mean, you could try this. Okay, so here it is, the position in the pre-market range, okay? Percent. So if you added that filter. Now let's just say it was at, I don't know, 95 to 98. So in other words, within 2 to 5% of the pre-market high. That's what that would do. Now, you could use this as a filter and then maybe put an alert, like a new 5-minute high or something like that, to see if it's getting closer to taking out the pre-market high. Okay? Does that make sense? So unfortunately, we don't have an alert that will, at the data point, if that were the pre-market high, that it will alert you when it happens. But sometimes, though, it's just as good to have a top list showing stocks that are right near their pre-market high. And then you can look at it, start to analyze it, and say, this is getting really interesting. So almost before the pre-market high. Does that kind of make sense? Oh, nice. Jay Gerstel. I'll try to. So John, does that make sense? So I'm not sure you understood, and I need to know. Well, I mean, wow. I say wow because that's my sound alert here. Yes, yes, that window, that's a topless window, John, and it'll auto refresh every 30 seconds. Yes. So you can start off with that filter, the pre-market range, and you might have to experiment, to with the min and the max a little bit. And then, obviously, add some other filters like a price range, maybe minimum volume, things like that, and start to see what sort of well, they're not alerts, but what sort of examples you're getting in that top list as the stock is getting closer and closer to its pre-market high. I mean, sometimes that's even better than a pure alert because sometimes the alert will just race right through the pre-market high and doesn't give you a chance. So this at least starts alerting you, hey, it's getting close to the pre-market high. There you go, job justification. Well, not the fact that the room is free justification. There's a reason the room is free, guys. Obviously we use it as a marketing tool. And so the more people who take, if they see me and they take out a subscription, well, the powers that be say, yes, we can keep having this room free. Yeah, try it, John. I think you won't mind that. Yeah. So what Real is talking about? Yeah, too many scans, and I've almost got too many. I mean, I got a couple that I might have to get rid of. Because the problem is that you want to see every conceivable setup. So you create all sorts of different alert windows and top lists, etc., which is exactly what I did in 2010 when I took the program and when I became a subscriber. And I probably had 30 scans. I'm not kidding, 30 scans. Scouring YouTube for every type of setup and see if I could design it within Trade Ideas. I got nothing done. I click on alerts all day long and got absolutely nothing done. So, my go-to right now, I concentrate on this one. Actually, there are probably almost too many alerts in here today. But this one, this is always interesting because it's always going to show the driving stocks, okay? But I mean, if I only had one to look at, said, you know what, this would be it for me. Some days you're gonna get 3, 4 alerts. Some days like today, I don't know, 15. Yeah, you can have the link right here. Barry's homepage. Click on that click on my tab on the tab right there that says Barry's homepage, and click on the link. My homepage link. All my scans are there, guys. When you click on the link, you'll see this, my scans, and here it is. Moving higher with unusually strong options. I've kept it very, very simple. Yeah, I mean, there's a reason it's called the basic new highs and lows. Sometimes that's all you need. Um, and if you want, well, I just broke this out, so I see the lows here and the higher. I haven't even concentrated on the lows, to be honest, for a long time. But this is a no repeat version, so you can kind of go back in time and see, okay, where was the first one? Now, this is a little bit different because I sort of reboot this at 12:30. That's why we start to see these again at 12:30. But yeah, I mean, as Real says, I mean, you'll see the stocks that are definitely in play, just as a very, very, very simple one. All right, Brian, good. There you go, Gypsy Trader. Get rid of 32 of them, okay, out of the 36. I'm not kidding. And don't get frustrated. I'm not just talking to you, but don't get frustrated if somebody posts something in the room, like a stock that's really moving, and you look and you say, well, why didn't my scan pick that up? You'll drive yourself crazy. There's so many opportunities. I mean, ZYNE. There you go, Marcus. Okay. Find something you like and stick with it. The other thing is that save every individual window to the cloud. Every scan that you create, save it to the cloud. Why do that? The reason is that even me, a year ago, I don't think I had this one up and running. I had something else up and running. And so what happens is, eventually even the best of scans, I mean, look, I'm not going to delude myself. I mean, this has been performing for 2 months like a star. But who knows? Maybe something happens and I start getting alerts and I start checking and, it starts to dry up. Maybe they're just not as good. So I may say, okay, I'm going to retire you for a while. I save it to the cloud and bring back something else that I might have created, 6 months ago that I haven't used for a while. And I just check it out. And then maybe that gets added into my layout for a few months. All right, guys, I'm just going to put I cannot believe it's almost 3 o'clock. What a fast, exciting day. And the questions help, guys. The more questions I get, I love the questions. Keeps the mind active. All right, Brian. Well, I hope you enjoy Trade Ideas when you get it. Thank you, Grumpy. Thank you. I appreciate that. Goods! Hi, Goods. Nice to see you. I guess you've knocked off work early. Still learning, Tate. Listen, it's not easy. It's not easy. I mean, looking left and sometimes it's just hard to pull the trigger, and maybe you're just a little bit late in pulling the trigger and it's a little too late. That's why we say practice trading first, right? Practice in the simulator. I mean, it's reading charts it only comes with looking at thousands of them. Now you might say, well, thousands, that's going to take me 20 years. Believe me, it doesn't. I'll bet I've clicked on 500 charts today. You know, no log scale charts. No, this is it. Pac B, let's see. Pac B has, well, according to what we have, it had earnings pre-market, and that looks like yeah. I would say it definitely had earnings pre-market because look at the reaction. That shaded area here is pre-market, so it's already had earnings. Oh, I don't know. I have no idea what they're at. When you say what they're at, what do you mean by that exactly? I don't ever look at it like that, but oh, wait a minute. I even forgot how to do it. Okay, so Holly Grail. Here's Holly Grail. Holly 2.0. All on aggressive. And Holly Neo. So Holly Neo was in conservative was I guess the worst of the three, I guess. I never look at it like that, so I can't make any recommendations. I mean, I mean, these are our charts, of course. So, I mean, we don't profess to be the be all and be all and end all. Yeah, charting programs. We have a few indicators. We're not in the charting business so much. But I can't. I don't know. I mean, your broker's charts. I don't know. I don't know how. I don't know a better recommendation. These charts for me are fine. Oh, in the channel bar part? Yeah, I don't want to click on these because these are layouts. These are layouts and I don't want to click on them. Sorry. Okay. That's why I don't go into the channel bar ever during the day. It'll, my layout, I might lose some windows accidentally, so I don't want to do that if it's okay. Yeah, I cannot comment. I'm not a VIX player. Somebody asked me to comment on the VIX, how it goes up, how it goes down. It's a volatility index. I don't, I don't play. I don't ever look at it, track it. So I'm not qualified to really comment on it. Okay. Somebody else might though. If somebody else posts their interpretation, I'll let you know. Shame on you, Goods. Pink sheet stock. So it went to 30 cents? Okay, I see it. I do see it. Okay. How'd you know to buy it? All right, guys. Are you in the wrong room? Yeah, we don't. I know you're kidding. We don't often talk about penny stocks at all. or pink sheets. Try to put the symbols in capital letters, okay, Libra or Ibra. So it's easy to identify. So you're talking about Seco, just easier to identify. So, okay, the channel bar is designed, when you first start out and you've never made a scan before, all right? The channel bar is designed, they're all themed, okay? And so if you thought you might want to look at earnings, the pre-market, things like that, okay? You know what I'm going to do? Okay, you're forcing me to do this. Let me just make sure I've got things. Then I'll go over the channel bar a little bit, okay? All right, fingers crossed. So this is how you can start to use the channel bar. Okay, so let's just say you looked at earnings. You looked at earnings. So they're all themed. So you click on earnings. I knew it. Okay. So upside earnings blowout. Trade ideas earnings watcher. So if you see something that you think, well, that looks kind of interesting, upside earnings blowout yesterday or today. So what you can do, you can take this window if you want, and then you save it to the cloud. Save or share to the cloud, save. So now it's in the cloud. And that's kind of the idea. You go through each window, each channel, momentum. You see something? Extreme Master Blaster. I wonder what that's all about. Or just straight Momo. And you can you can start to click on alerts and see, I like what I'm seeing. You can take that window. You can also, before you do it, let's say you looked at this Momo, this one called Momo. You right click, configure, and you can see this. You can see what they've used for filters. In fact, it's like mine. Okay. Now you can make changes, if you wanted to change the price range. Let's just say you wanted to change the price range to between 1 and 10. Whoops. And that's all you did. You kept everything else the same. Now you say okay, and now you save it to the cloud. Save. Okay, so I've saved. You see what I'm doing? I'm going through various channels and extracting windows that I think might be interesting. Once I've done that, I'm going to close down on my unpinned windows, recreate my monthly chart again. Oops. Daily, I guess. Sorry. That was a daily chart. Sugar. That's okay. All right. So now, once you've closed down all those windows, you'll have a blank screen. And then what you can do is you go File, Load from Cloud, and then you can start bringing back those windows that you saved one by one. Okay, one by one. Load. So it showed up on my other monitor. There it is. So now you can kind of see how you can start to build your own layout from scans that we created in the channel bar. Okay. They can do the next one. File, Load from Cloud. There's another one that I saved, the Upside Earnings Blowout. Load. Okay, so you see what I'm doing. And so you can start to assemble your own layout based on scans you didn't have to create in the first place, but you kind of customized maybe to a price range you wanted. Okay? Yeah, everything gets updated. Yeah, everything gets updated every day. Oh, the filters. No, filters don't change. Filters do not change. You know, it's like here. I mean, I don't change my filters in here. I just wait for the new alerts every day. So no, the filters do not change. I mean, every now and then they may go in, you know, and change something, but you know that's just every now and then. In fact, hardly at all. It's a real pain. What is that one? Is it is that a channel? Which one are you talking about? AI enhanced? Is that a new channel or is that a oh in the swing channel? Oh, I see. Take a look at it. No, it's just yeah, it's just you know, I don't I mean it's a fancy name, AI enhanced. I don't know why they call it that, but you know, you just see a lot of filters in here. A lot of filters. So probably not too many alerts. The more filters you have, of course, you whittle down the universe of stocks, but exactly. You can benefit, you know, and they're all themed, you know. So, you know, I mean we have a four well, I don't know if we call it the 420 channel anymore. Let me just see. You know, we have a or is it called weed? I don't even know what they like to be a little bit cute in some of these names. Weed Watchers. So there's the Weed Watchers channel. Okay. So if you think weed is going to be cannabis is going to be you know hot for a little while, you could take one of these and you know watch it for a while. Next week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, year. Ha! I love it. I think we might, I wonder if we sold some advertising here, curated by www.greencompassgroup.com. I wonder if we sold some advertising. Anyway, all right, guys. So this just got halted. MXC just got halted. Oh, this one, this Mexico Energy. This is a crazy one. Look at the float. I mean, even if it's not exactly correct, you know, that's what our provider has. 935,000 shares, which is ridiculously low. Anything could happen on this, but it just got halted, MXC. So, guys, it is now. Sorry, goods, I gotta go. This is my long day. Okay, so I will just one last time torture you guys with my homepage. And if you want to take out a subscription, right there, there's a promo code you can use. Trade of the week, you can sign up for it right here. My recaps that I do, all the scans that I share right here. Highlight this one, guys. Watch this one tomorrow. Moving higher with unusually strong options. And all of the education, especially the 20 lessons. Really, if you're new to trade ideas, please take this one. Do that one. Daily support between 12 and 1 in our YouTube room. And the daily webinar. So this is the one that I attend. I help out Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. Look at Mesa, guys. It's breaking free now. So this is the one I help out on. They're all archived, so you don't have to attend them live. Education videos and some trading ebooks. So lots of information on my homepage. You can save the link. You can always refer to it later. And with that, I'm done. I am done, guys. So thank you for all the help. What an exciting day. I'm sure it'll probably be exciting again tomorrow. I don't know what sector is going to be ripping, but we might have a continuation in the cannabis sector. We don't know. So have a great evening, everybody. And if you're going to attend the webinar, I'll see you then. Otherwise, I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. So again, have a great evening and we'll see you then. Bye-bye.